Father, I give the Most High all glory and all honor for His love and His kindness. Let me hang in my trumpet. This trumpet also signifies, it has something to do with our study today. Peace to you, my brothers and sisters. All praises to our Heavenly Father, who has kept us, protected us, and guided us. I am very, very grateful for today, for being alive. Even though I would love to join my ancestors, I am sick and tired of this world, to be honest with you. I feel, even yesterday, I was almost feeling jealous of the people who are dead. I thought of some people that I know that have died, and I almost felt jealous of them. Now, this doesn't mean that I want to kill myself. Absolutely not. This doesn't mean I want to kill myself. That's not what it means. It means that I'm just sick and tired of this world. Why do I not like this world anymore? The reason why I don't like this world is because I have come to know what the Creator intended, what the Most High intended through His Word. I have seen His will, that we are all supposed to keep His commandment. But when I look at the world, I see the wickedness, I see the evil, I see the hatred for the Creator. There's so much hatred, you have no idea. People hate the Most High. Maybe because I am a mediator between the law of the Most High and the people. So I can see how much hatred people have for the law. The other day I was out preaching, and one woman was sitting in front of her house. She just sat there. She sat there for a long time. She just sat listening. And then when I finished speaking, I packed some of my things. There were some people that was happy about what I was preaching. So I was talking to those people. This woman came up to me. She came up, and I thought maybe she has a question. She told me no, she doesn't have a question. She just came to tell me that we don't have to keep the law. That's what she came to tell me. Now, in the past, I would have probably started arguing with her. In the past, I would have started arguing with her, but I basically told her to, this is not for you. What I preach is not for you. You don't want to keep the commandment. So what I preach is not for you. So don't worry about it. What I preach is not for you. So that was basically what I told her. I basically told her to go away. Just like, it's not for you. Don't worry about it. You do not want to keep the law. So, and then she was like, no, that's not the reason. Hebrews chapter 8. According to Hebrews chapter 8, this is this, blah, blah, blah. I didn't want to waste my time with her. Why? Because I have come to see the evil, the wickedness in people. How people have hated the law of the Most High. People despise the law of the Most High. So much hatred towards the law. So much hatred towards the commandment of the Creator. And we're not supposed to be surprised. Why? Because the Most High said it will be like this. Even Yahushua told you in Matthew 24 that it will be like this. We were told that it was going to be like this. There will be too much hatred for the commandment of the Most High. And that's exactly what is happening today. So because of that, I'm not happy with this world. I don't like this world. I actually hate this world. I hate this world, but I know I cannot kill myself. I know it's wrong for me to kill myself. I will burn in hell if I kill myself. I will burn in hell if I kill myself. So what have I decided to do? I have decided to relax and focus on serving the Most High until he makes me to join my ancestor. I want to serve him until I die. So I'm not going to run away from the world. The Most High is the one that put me here, and I have to stay here to do his work. That's what I've decided to do, to focus on doing the work of the Most High. So all praises to our Heavenly Father. Today is a Sabbath day, of course, third Sabbath of the 10th month. We are in the 10th month right now, and today is the third Sabbath of the 10th month. You go and sit there, okay? No, the other side. So today is the third Sabbath of the 10th month. Okay, so let's go into our study. Polygamy. How to deal with the other wife of your husband. Part 1, because there will be part 2, there will be part 3, part 4, probably. How to deal with the other wife of your husband. Now, I know that not everybody will like this study. I know that. Listen carefully, my brothers and sisters. Let me tell you part of why I'm doing this. Please. I want to equip our sisters. I want to equip our sisters. I want to equip young girls with information. These young girls will eventually become women and wives, and I want them to be prepared. Take your emotions and put it aside. Take your emotions and put it aside. Because the reality of the matter is that there are girls, there are Hebrew girls, God-fearing girls that will eventually end up in polygamy. The reality of the matter is that most of them will not be prepared. They will not know what to do because their mother did not teach them, because their mother did not know anything about polygamy. We and everybody is all busy beating polygamy, attacking polygamy. Everybody is beating polygamy. Nobody is interested in studying it to equip your children. So somebody is going to come and marry your daughter. Everything will be good. Later that person might go and marry somebody else. How can your daughter handle it? Will she know what to do? Will your daughter know what to do? It is evil not to equip these children. They have to be told and taught what to do, just in case if they find themselves in a situation where their husband marries another wife. So in that way, that young woman will know what to do, how to protect herself, how to participate, how to talk, how to behave. Because if you do not teach that young girl, if you do not teach a young woman how to behave in polygamy, in a situation where her husband marries another wife, if you do not teach her what to do and how to handle it, guess what? She's going to be doing the wrong things. And that is going to make the whole situation worse for her because she's not prepared. So let us use wisdom. I do not practice polygamy. I don't even have one wife. I don't even have one wife, not to mention two. But it will be evil for me to teach other things in the Bible and ignore this one. I know that many of you hate polygamy, and to hell with you, those of you that hate polygamy. To hell with you, because the Most High established it. It is this type of foolish behavior that causes children to suffer. A lot of young women are suffering today because they are not educated. They were not educated. So this study today is meant to be educational, to equip young people, just in case if she finds herself in a situation where her husband, there's a woman that I know that came to this place and sat on that chair because her husband wants to marry another wife. Oh my goodness. Even her own children are now against her. Her daughter and her husband and the new wife are now like this. Her daughter, about 17 years old. Her daughter and her husband and the new wife are now like this. Her daughter is now against her. And she was sitting here. She was almost crying that her own daughter have turned against her. Her own daughter is now standing with the new wife and her father. It's only her son. She told me her first son is the one that tried to, her first son and the little ones are the ones that understand, that are on her side. So her home is divided. The new wife is coming in. Her mother-in-law is making sure that the new wife will come in. Yes. Her mother-in-law is the one that is powering the whole thing. Her mother-in-law wants to bring in a new wife. Her mother-in-law said that she insulted her. So this woman that came here insulted her mother-in-law. So her mother-in-law, according to her, I know her mother-in-law. I know that woman is evil. That woman have attacked me. The mother-in-law attacked me because of the Sabbath. Because of the Sabbath, she attacked me with a metal. She hit me here with a metal. What am I going to do to an old woman? I did not do anything. Because of the lunar Sabbath, she insulted me. She said all kinds of things. One day on a Sabbath day, she hit me here with a metal. Because of the Sabbath, she said that I came to because they worship on Saturday, and I came to their church and taught them. And her son wanted to keep the Sabbath according to the moon, but the mother did not want them to do it. So this woman that came here crying, she had thought about leaving. She thought about leaving her children and going back to her family house. But if she does it, her children will be useless, because she will not be there to take care of her children. And the new wife is not going to take care of her kids. So she's just hanging on. She's just hanging on, and she's really, really destroyed inside, emotionally. You know, she came here, she told me her stories and everything, you know. And, you know, I know that some of the things she's saying is true. Not all. Because whenever a married person comes to you and tell you story, my husband did this, my husband did that, my husband did this, my husband did that. Or when a man comes to you and say, my wife did this, my wife did that, my wife did this, usually they will tell you what the other person is doing. They will not tell you what they're doing. So there's always, you can't just take. If somebody comes to you and say, oh, my wife did this, my wife is this, my wife is that, my wife is this, my wife is that. If somebody comes and tells you that, don't judge, don't conclude, hear from the wife. If a wife comes to you and say, my husband did this, my husband did that, don't judge. Hear from the husband before you make a decision. So even though I heard what she said, her complaints and everything, she came, I heard her. But I know her mother-in-law. I know how wicked that woman is. I know. And I'm kind of happy in a way that she's not going to belong for a long time, because she's sick, but even though she's sick, she's still very active. She's running. She doesn't want to allow her son to marry his wife. You are an old woman. Your husband is dead. You did your own. Allow your children to do their own. But she's interfering and everything. So the woman that came here complaining, she's tired. She's desperate. She doesn't know what to do, because even her own children are now against her, standing with their dad and the new wife. So this type of study we're about to do is very important. I'm not praying that anything negative will happen. No. But we have to be prepared. We have to be prepared just in case, so that children will know how to react. And most importantly, we are law keepers. We do not hate the law of the Most High. We are fighting, struggling, and trying to keep the commandments. So there's a difference between us and the other people in the world. The difference is that we're trying to keep the law. So as we try to keep the law, the reality of the matter, that is why I say you should take your emotion, take your feelings, and put it aside. Let's deal with the word of Yah. Let's deal with the word of the Most High. Put your emotions aside, because most of the time your emotion is framed. Your emotion is based and born out of Western garbage, nonsense from European people, nonsense from white people, their culture, which is anti-Bible. So a lot of people that hate polygamy, you hate polygamy because of the Western environment where you grew up. Here is the reality, my brothers and sisters. The Bible is not, listen carefully. I'm about to say something. The Bible is not against polygamy. The Most High is not against polygamy, marrying more than one wife. The Most High is not against it. As a matter of fact, Isaiah chapter 4 is telling you that in the future, you're going to have something like polygamy, where 4 women will be begging one man to marry them. Why am I saying this? Because any man that keeps the law, listen, any man that keeps the law and begin to study the Bible they know that the Bible is not against polygamy. Scripture is not against polygamy. They know this. What does this mean? This means that they are more likely to practice it. You know what that means for you and your daughter? What it means for you and your daughter. And that is why your child has to be equipped, given information that will help them to navigate that process. This means that you, as a lawkeeper, there are other lawkeepers that have sons. You may have daughters. There are other lawkeepers that have sons. So, lawkeepers are more likely to practice polygamy, to marry more than one wife. Lawkeepers are more likely to do it. That means that you, who is keeping the law, there's a very good chance that a lawkeeper will marry your daughter, which I know that you want that. Most lawkeepers want lawkeepers to marry their daughter. That means that as long as you're keeping the commandment of God, there's a very good chance that your daughter will end up in polygamy. And that is why you need a study like this, to equip her on what to do and how to act, how to behave, so that the Most High will be on her side. The Most High will be on her side. Look at what happened in Genesis chapter 16. The Most High was on Sarah's side. The Most High was on Sarah's side. And that is where you want to be. But if your child is not equipped, your child will be acting like a fool because she was not trained. Why was she not trained? Because you did not train her. Because all your life you were busy. Instead of studying polygamy to understand what the scripture says, you are busy fighting it. You and people like you think that you can cancel polygamy by shouting and beating it up and shouting and condemning it and rejecting it. You can reject it all you want. People are going to practice it. Lawkeepers are going to practice it. Let me remind you again. I don't even have one wife. I have 0 wife. Not to mention 2. I have 0. Not to mention 2 wives. I have 0. So I'm not going to say because I'm not practicing it, I will not teach the truth in it. I must teach the truth. And I'm not only going to teach what you like and what suits you and what makes you happy. I have more than 400 videos on YouTube. I think it's probably like more than 500 now on YouTube. So I have a lot of videos, a lot of teaching, lots and lots and lots of teachings on YouTube. So eventually you're going to see one of my teaching that you will not like. But I'm not going to say because you're not going to like it, I'll keep my mouth shut. If I keep going through the Bible, if I see something that I think you will not like, I will skip it because it will make you feel uncomfortable. If that's the case, stop watching my video. I will focus on the truth. I'll bring it out raw. I don't care how bad it's going to make me look, because it makes me look bad. There are some things I teach from the Bible that make me look bad. There are some things I present from the Bible, people will insult me. Go watch my debate on biblical marriage with Hebrew Israelites. Check my channel, watch that debate. See the way they were insulting me. The way they were insulting me. A lot of people coming in saying all kinds of things. Because I'm showing them what the Bible says. People that claim to believe in the Bible was now insulting me. Not outsiders, not atheists. Those that claim to be Israelites was now insulting me. Go watch that debate. And I kept quiet. I kept calm. They were insulting me. They were shouting, doing all kinds of things. I kept quiet. I kept focusing on what I was teaching. So the reality is that, like as I explained to you, law keepers are more likely to practice polygamy. If you're a law keeper, your daughter is more likely to end up in a family where her husband will marry another wife. Everything I'm going to present to you today is how your daughter, I'm going to be speaking to the girls, how your daughter needs to react. Because I know that you don't know about these things. So you did not teach your child. You didn't know, you didn't teach them. This is why they need to be taught. And if you know somebody who is young, a boy or girl, send them this video. Because as I talk, I'm also going to speak to the men on how they're supposed to behave. I'm going to be speaking to the men on what their responsibility is. Okay, so let's get started. I think I'm going to play some videos. I will show you some pictures. And let me start with scriptures about polygamy, just for the sake of those who are not familiar with those scriptures. So let's start with the word of the Most High as it relates to polygamy. I think it's the right place to start. Let's start with the scriptures and see that polygamy is not against the scripture, or scripture is not against it. From there, we will now move on to other things. Okay. Let's go to Deuteronomy 21, 15 to 17. Deuteronomy 21, 15 to 17. Fifteen, 17. All right. Deuteronomy 21, 15 to 17. This is what the Most High said about having more than one wife. So it says, if a man have 2 wives, and he loves one, but not the other. If a man have 2 wives, he loves one, but not the other wife, and both bear him sons, but the firstborn is the son of the wife he does not love. If a man have 2 wives, he loves one of the wife, but he doesn't love the other one. And the one that he does not love, the woman that he hates, the one that he doesn't like, his wife that he doesn't like, is the one that gave him his first son. When he wills his property to his sons, he must give the right of the firstborn to the son of the wife he must not give the right of the firstborn to the son of the wife he loves in preference to his actual firstborn. Because some people do this. They are marrying two wives. They don't like one wife. They like the other wife. The wife that they like is not the one that gave birth to the first son. The woman that he hates, the woman that man hates, the one that he doesn't like, is the one that gave birth to the first son. Today, a lot of men will be siding with the wife that he likes. When he shares his property, he will give more to the son who is not the first son. The Most High said, don't do it. The son of the wife he does not love, he must acknowledge the son of the unloved wife as the firstborn by giving him a double share of all he has. That son is the first sign of his father's strength. The right of the firstborn belongs to him. So the Most High is warning men, if you are marrying two wives, when it is time for you to share your property, make sure that your real first son gets your property. Do not say because you don't like her mother, because you hate her mother, you now take what belongs to him as the first son and give to the son of the woman that you like. No. Now, if marrying two wives is a sin, what is sin? Where are the other people? Where are they? What is sin? You see how foolish people are. This study is something you can learn from. You all went away. Tomorrow now, you start suffering. That is I don't know if it happens, it might happen to you. You have to be equipped. You all went away. Go and lay down. What is sin? Breaking Yah's law. 1 John 3:4. Sin is breaking the law. So if you look, you see that the Most High is regulating polygamy. Do you know what it means to regulate something? You know what it means to regulate something? Regulation. To give rules of how to do something. Regulation. Regulate. So where something is being done and you want it to be done right, so you give regulation. This is how you do this. This is how you move this. This is how you carry this. That is you're regulating it, and then you write it down. So he's telling you how to do polygamy. If you have two wives, how you have to divide your property. This law is not for everybody. This law here is only, okay, this law, does it apply to a man who doesn't have a wife? Does this law apply to me? I cannot keep this law because, number one, I don't have two wives. So it doesn't apply to me. This law specifically is given to those that have two wives to regulate polygamy. Regulate. So this law is telling you how to do polygamy, how to share your property if you have more than one wife. The Most High is not going to regulate a sin. For example, the Most High is not going to tell you, if you're going to sleep with somebody's wife, you must make sure that nobody sees you. Or you must make sure that you pay her. Do you think the Most High will do that? That would be the Most High regulating adultery. The Most High is not going to tell you, if you steal, make sure that you don't take everything. The Most High said, thou shalt not steal. He's not going to come and tell you, make sure you don't take everything. So the Most High is not going to regulate sin. The reason why the Most High is regulating this is because there's nothing wrong with this. There is nothing wrong with polygamy. I want to establish these things before I now go into the main study, which is to equip young women on how to deal with their husband or how to deal with their sister's wife. All right, so let's go to what the Most High, Second Samuel chapter 12 verse 8. with David. 2 Samuel. Oh, if you understand this study today, my brothers and sisters, if you understand this, any woman that put the things I'm going to share with you today, any woman that put it into practice, if you ever find yourself where your husband wants to marry another wife, if you remember this study and put it into practice, you will always be smiling. You'll be smiling. You will have less stress. You will not stress. You will not stress. You will enjoy. You will be happy that you came across this study with the type of information I'm going to give today. So in that way, you know how to react. Okay. All right. 2 Samuel chapter 12. Verse 8. So what happened here in the book of 1 Samuel or 2 Samuel was that David went and slept with somebody's wife and got her pregnant. Uriah. She became pregnant. David tried to hide it. It did not work. David killed Uriah. Afterward, the Most High now began to talk to David through prophet Nathan. Now, watch the things that happen here. So when the Most High began to speak to David, if you remember, when Nathan came to David, Nathan told David that there was a rich man that had many wealth. There was a poor man that had only one sheep. And that sheep, they allowed the sheep to come inside the house and stay with them, the poor man. The rich man had a visitor and then went and took one sheep that belongs to the poor man to prepare food for his visitor. Hey, David became angry. David was like, no, that man has to be killed. The rich man has to be killed. And then Nathan said what? What did Nathan say? You are that man. Hey, he came out with David. Because he was told that you are the one. You are that man. He came with David. So, Chineke bidozi gwazi David okwu. Now you can read from verse 5. Let me start from verse 5. David was furious. As surely as Yah lives, he vowed, any man who will do such a thing deserves to die. He must repay 4 lambs to the poor man for the one he stole and for having no pity. Then Nathan said to David, you are that man. Ikewu David. Yah, the Elohim of Israel says, the Most High is talking now. The Most High is talking to David now. Now look at what the Most High said. I anointed you king of Israel and saved you from the power of Saul. I gave you your master's house and his wives and the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. And if that had not been enough, I would have given you much more. I'll give you much more. Verse 9. Why then have you despised the word of Yah and done this terrible deed? For you have murdered Uriah the Hittite with the sword of the Ammonite and stole his wife. From this time on, your family will live by the sword, because you have despised me by taking Uriah's wife to be yours. So key word here is verse 8. I gave you your master's house and his wives and the kingdom of Israel and Judah. Do you understand what it says in verse 8? If you're feeling sleepy, go and take shower. Those of you, go wash your face and you see you feel much better. What does the Most High mean when he said, I gave you your master's wife and your master's house? What does that mean? Nobody knows? Because Saul was the king of Israel. Saul was the king of Israel. Saul died. So David now became the king of Israel. The Most High is telling you here, the Most High is telling you that he, the Most High, he now allowed David to marry Saul's wives. Do you know how many they were? 10 wives in one day. So these women, they became widow. When their husband Saul died, they became widowed. So the Most High now allowed David to marry them. And that is what the Most High is saying here in 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 8. Do you know why I'm showing you this? Do you know my point? The Most High is not against polygamy. That is the point. Because if the Most High is against polygamy, the Most High will not be saying to David, I gave you your master's. What is this? Wives. Notice it says with S, wives, not wife. I gave you your master's wives. Wives. You see that? So the Most High is not against polygamy, and you need to understand that. Very, very important. Why is it important for a young woman to understand this? Who can tell me? Be active, listen, participate. Why is it important for a young woman to know that the Most High is not against polygamy? Yes, it's going to affect your behavior in a positive way. The reason why I'm saying this, because if you try to fight it, you will lose. Listen well. If you listen to things I will share with you today, you'll be smiling. If you find yourself in that situation, you'll be smiling. Do you know that most of the men you read in the Bible that have more than one wife, do you know that a lot of them did not want to marry more than one wife? Jacob wanted to marry one wife, but it was the Most High. Because okay, let me give you an example. Let me actually show it to you so you can see. Genesis 28. Who is Jacob?
He is the father of Israel. His name is Israel.
He's the father of the Israelites. Okay. Does anybody know why he married his wife's maid, the maid of the wives?
Because God closed the womb of his wife.
Yes, the Most High made his wives not to be able to have children. The Most High blocked their womb, that they can no longer have children. So they now encourage their husband to marry their maid, according to the Bible, not according to me. According to the Bible, he now, at some point, the Most High stopped the women from conceiving. They could no longer have a child. So it was the Most, even Jacob told the woman that it was the Most High that make you not to have a child. So if I tell you that the Most High made Jacob, if I tell you that the Most High made Jacob to marry, and when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb. Who opened her womb? Yeah. It is because of this closing and opening of the womb that caused Jacob to have 2 more wives. 2 more wives on top of the one that she had already. Now, let's come up here. I want to get to the part. So, as you can clearly see, and he went in also unto Rachel and he loved also Rachel more than Leah. So you can see that he loved one of his wife more than the other. He loved one of them more than the other. That was the reason why the Most High now blocked the womb of the other one. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? He has two wives. He loved one of the wife more than he loved the other wife. So what did the Most High do? The Most High now blocked the womb of that one that he loves. That one can no longer have children. The Most High now blocked the womb of the one that he loves. So now he has no choice but to start loving the other one. Because the one that he loves can no longer have children. The one that he doesn't love can have children. Do you see how he now started liking that one? The one that couldn't have children, the one that the Most High blocked the womb, what did she do?
She gave her maid.
She now told her husband to marry her maid. Do you see what is happening here? So it was because he loves one of the wife more. I'm showing you Genesis. I'm not the one reading it. I'm not saying, I'm showing you. He loves one of his wives more than the other one. So the one that he loves more, the Most High now block her womb that she can no longer have child. So Jacob have no choice but to start. No, it's okay, happy. Jacob have no choice but to start liking the other one. At the end of the day, at the end of all these things, Jacob ended up with 4 wives. So if I tell you that the Most High is the one that made Jacob to have more than, because think about what could have happened. If Jacob had married that first one and the Most High did not block anybody's womb, it will not be like this. He will not end up with 4 wives. This is a reality. This is a reality. This is biblical. You see? Okay. So, as they were having children, at some point they will start having children. That's when they now decided to take their maid and gave their maid to their husband. I have to show it to you. I must show it to you. They actually took their maid and gave to their husband and say, here, marry my maid. Here, marry my maid. So the reason why they were, just to show you, just so you see that what the Bible says, because we have what the Bible says, and then we have what we learn from white people. We have the one that we learn from white people, and not what the Bible actually said. Okay. Now watch. This is what I wanted to show you. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister and said unto Jacob, give me children or else I die. Look at Jacob's response. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, his wife. And he said, am I God? Am I God? Am I God? Am I God instead, who had withheld from thee the fruit of the womb? So Jacob is telling his wife, I am not God who have blocked you from having children. Okay, so now watch what happens. And then she said to her husband, and she said, behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife, and Jacob went in unto her. Bilhah conceived and bare Jacob a son. So she gave her maid to her husband. Who are we describing? Who are these people? Jacob, Rachel, Leah. Who are these people? Who are they? These are the descendants. These are the ancient, the ancestors of the Israelites. Israel sinakanda. These women you're reading about, these women gave birth to Dan. Dan is one of the tribe of Israel. Naphtali is one of the tribe of Israel. Gag, one of the tribe of Israel. Asher, one of the tribe of Israel. That is where they came from. Issachar, one of the tribe of Israel. Zebulun, one of the tribe of Israel. Dinah is with their daughter, the girl, the only daughter that she has. Jacob have 12 sons. Jacob have 12 sons and one daughter. So these women gave birth. Let me go back, show you where Jesus came from. So these women, 4 of them produce the sons of Israel, the apple of God's eyes. Reuben is the first son. Simeon, Levi, Moses came from here. This woman gave birth to Moses, you read in the Bible, came from this man. One of these women gave birth to Levi, and Moses came from there. This one conceived and gave birth. Judah is one of them. Judah. Christ is from the tribe of Judah. Apostle Paul is from this tribe, from the tribe of Reuben or Benjamite. No, Apostle Paul is from the tribe of Benjamin. Christ is from the tribe of Judah. That is why they call Christ the Lion of Judah. Lion of Judah. So these women that was giving birth, these women are the ones that gave birth to the 12 sons of Israel that became the Israelites. But you see how they were conceived. The man loved this wife more than this one. The Most High blocked her womb. She can no longer have child. And then she loved this one. And then this one cannot have child. They bring their maid. At the end of the day, Jacob ended up with 4 wives. 4 wives that gave birth to the 12 tribe of Israel. Now I want to let us Kaichiko. Let's just conclude this part. I want to ask you a question. Be honest. If polygamy is a sin, will the Most High allow his holy people to come from polygamy? Let's be honest. And we can see that the Most High is involved in this whole thing. How do we see? Because we can see that the Most High is one that blocks and unblocks the womb of these women. So when they couldn't have a child, they do something like taking their maid and giving to their husband, telling their husband, marry my maid. See? So if marrying more than one wife is a sin and bad, oh my goodness. The very first time Jacob will do it, the Most High will punish him. Most High will punish him. The very first time Jacob will do it, the Most High will punish him and you will not hear it again. Like he did David. Adultery. Adultery is a sin. The very first time that David did it, the Most High punished him till today. As I'm talking to you till today, I read it here in 2 Samuel. The Most High said that anywhere the descendant of David are, they will be killing themselves. They will be killing themselves anywhere they are. Now, you're familiar with Aguleri and Umuleri. Are you familiar? That was before you were born. Are you familiar with the war about land? The war that was going on between those two? Okay. So that made me to begin to suspect those in Aguleri and Umuleri. I began to suspect that these people might be the descendant of Jacob or David. Because how can you people be fighting over a land and be slaughtering each other, killing each other, brothers, killing each other because of land? Now you go to America, Chicago. If you go to America and go to Chicago, you see people they call black people. Black people in America, if you go to Chicago, if you see the way they kill each other, if you see the way they with guns, over nonsense, there's something called drive-by shooting. Drive-by shooting. Let me see if I can show you. Drive-by shooting. drive-by shooting. Because sometimes they catch it in camera. Sometimes the camera will catch it. And you see the way they just kill people.
Shooting.
Now watch. You see how they kill each other over nonsense. People just waste people's life. These are people killing their own brothers over nonsense. That made me to also suspect those who are in Chicago, that they might be from David. You're playing the Most High. You don't know who the Most High is. He told David that sword will never depart from your home, from your house. So anybody that descended from David, anywhere they are, they'll be killing each other. Till today, till tomorrow. Watch. This is how it happens. And by the time it finishes, 2-3 people will be dead. Just like that. America is the most dangerous country in the world. America is the most dangerous country. America is more dangerous than this place. Just like that. A car will stop. You're minding your business. Now gonna will go. One car will just slow down. Somebody will bring out a gun and start shooting people. By the time they finish shooting, you see dead body. 2 or 3 dead body laying there. It's called drive-by shooting. That is what you see here. This one is a real drive-by shooting. This video is from the police. Police released video of drive-by shooting. This is how it happens. Just like that. Watch. So that made me to suspect these people is probably from descendant of David. The Messiah is not playing. They are still shooting. Fear the Most High. Fear God. Fear God. The way that these people are senselessly killing each other. You'll be wondering, why are they doing this? But you will not know that it could be something that their father did. Because even what I'm telling you right now happened to David before he died. The Most High told David, do you see the way you slept with Uriah's wife in secret? The way you took somebody's wife and go inside the house and lock the door and slept with her and nobody saw you. I will do it to you in public. The punishment I will give to you, David, is that your own wife, somebody will sleep with them in public. That was the punishment. If you keep reading your Bible, chapter 15, chapter 16 of the book of 2 Samuel, there came a time, later, one of the sons of David, Absalom, the Spirit of the Most High made the elders to advise him. First of all, the Most High made Absalom, David's son, the Most High made Absalom to try to kill his father David. So he now took a knife, looking for his father to kill his father. When David found out that his son wants to kill him, because David was the king of Israel, Absalom now wanted to become the king. But people did not know that it was the Most High that was making Absalom to do that. Why? Why is the Most High making Absalom to do that? Why? Yes, because he killed some innocent person. David killed somebody. So the Most High now made his own son to want to kill him. So David started hiding. David, if you're don't clean now. This is how you're working. If you're and close that door. Go and close that door from this side. So now, what happened was that the Most High said that your own son. So the reason why I'm telling you this is that, Gentio, listen. Do you know Do you know that if you and I, Munage, if you and I was alive during the time of David, I want to ask you a question. Are we going to know that David committed adultery with that woman? Are we going to know? We will not know, because it's something they did in private. Now, what happened if you and I hear that Absalom, David's son, is trying to kill David? How are we going to feel towards David? We will feel sorry for David. Hey, Nas, hi, this good man. His son is trying to kill him. Hey, his son is a bad person. But we did not know that his son is trying to kill him because of something that he did in secret. So a lot of people who are suffering today is because of something that they did in secret. So what did David do? David went into hiding. He went and hid. But that is not the end of it. Hiding did not save him. The Most High now made the elders to now suggest to Absalom. They say to Absalom, if you want the Israelites to start fearing you, if you want them to make you their king instead of your father, you need to do something that will shake everywhere. If you want the people to stop liking your father, to like you and say that you are a tough man, you need to do something drastic. What is that drastic? They say to him, take your father's wives. All these women that your father is marrying, take them and have sex with them in public. In public place, sleep with them one by one. When people hear it, they will say that you're very tough. Absalom thought about it and said, yes, this is a good idea. So they went and carried a table and set table in public place, like this center of place now. They now said something. And then they brought those women and Absalom slept with them in public. If you and I was alive back then, hey, I cannot say hello, this is evil, abomination, this is bad. Hey, David, hey, what a wonderful man, a good man. Absalom is evil. We will not know that this is happening because of what David did in secret. We will not know. If anybody opened their mouth and say that God is the one doing this to David, God is using Absalom, anybody who say it, people will say that person is crazy. People will say, what? How can God make a son to want to kill the father? How can God make a son to sleep with his father's wife, not even in private, but in public? Anybody who suggested it will be crazy. Like yesterday, like when I tell our people that the Most High is the one punishing us. Our people don't understand it. So that is why I suspect the people in Chicago. When I think in the 1990s, early 2000, there were so many wars. The bloodshed was too much in Aguilera and Umuleri. They were fighting each other. So much killing going on back there. It doesn't happen anymore. They don't do it anymore. At least as far as I know now. I don't hear about it anymore. But back there, early 2000, it was very bad. The killing was just really, really bad. So that made me to think that maybe these people are descendant. Here's another one. They did this thing in the daytime, and then they came back at night in the same place shooting again. And police is everywhere in America. Not everywhere, but they have a lot of police. They did it in the daytime and then came back again at night in the same. This is the same car. They came back at night shooting again. people are shooting at other people, just like this, just shooting at other people. Just shooting at other people like that. So that made me to think, suspect that those who are in Chicago Yeah, I don't understand this one. Okay, I think they are robbing him. This one is robbing. They're stealing from him. All right, let's get back into our study. So we went into these videos I'm showing you because of what we read in 2 Samuel chapter 12 verse 8, where the Most High said that he gave David his wives. And the Most High was very angry at David because upon all the women that he gave to David, 10 wives at the same time, 10 wives plus Abigail. That makes it 11. So upon everything I did for you, you still wanted to go take, somebody's wife. Okay, so now let's go to Genesis chapter. Don't forget what I showed you in Genesis with Jacob and his wives. Okay, so let's go to Genesis 16. So I want to lay out these scriptures before I now speak and give you certain biblical advice. I'm going to show you a place in the Bible and then base my advice on those places in the book of Sirach in terms of how you should handle things. If you ever find yourself that your husband wants to marry another wife, how you should handle it. Genesis chapter 16. Genesis 16. So Genesis chapter 16. And never you hate polygamy. Never hate polygamy. If you hate polygamy, that is the beginning of your downfall. Never ever. Because first of all, the Most High is not against it. So you should use wisdom, but you don't hate it. What you do is that you're going to use wisdom. Okay, so let's see what happened here. Now Sarah or Sarai, Abraham's wife, had not been able to bear children for him, but she had an Egyptian servant named Hagar. So Sarah said to Abram, "The Lord has prevented me from having children. Go and sleep with my servant. Perhaps I can have children through her." Abram agreed with Sarah's proposal. So Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, the Egyptian servant, and gave her to Abram as a wife. This happened 10 years after Abram had settled in the land of Canaan. Okay? So, do you notice something similar with what happened with Jacob? They couldn't have children, and they gave their wife, their maid, to their husband. She couldn't have a child. She gave her maid to her husband. So Abram had sexual relation with Hagar. She became pregnant. But when Hagar knew she was pregnant, she began to treat her mistress Sarah with contempt. What is contempt? This is why part of the reason why I'm doing this study, for you to know how to act. Just because she became pregnant, her madam couldn't have a child. Her madam allowed her to become the wife of her husband. Sarah was the madam. Hagar was the maid, the servant. So just because now you are pregnant, you have forgotten the past. You have forgotten that this is your madam. You have forgotten that this woman is the one that made you who you are. You've forgotten that this woman allowed you to become the wife. This woman even told her husband to marry you. And all of these things you have forgotten, just forgotten. Just because she became pregnant, she forgot. Hagar forgot this, and this made Most High angry. That is why I say I'm teaching you these things so that you, the Most High, will be on your side. The Most High became angry at Hagar because Hagar was evil. What she did was not good. How can a woman come to your place, take you from there, bring you to become her servant? You're serving her. This woman could not have a child. She now begged her husband to marry you. Her husband now marries you. You now become pregnant. And you're now insulting her because you carry a baby in your stomach, because she couldn't have a child. You are insulting her because she couldn't have a child. That's evil. That is wickedness. And that made the Most High very, very angry. What she did was not good. The Most High did not like Hagar because of this. Let's keep reading. You can clearly see that what Hagar did was not good. That's why I asked you, do you know what contempt is? Does anybody know what contempt is? Contempt. Let me show you. Contempt. Because she had contempt for her madam, Sarah. Why? Just because you see how foolish people can be. Just because you became pregnant, you now forgot that she is your madam. You now forgot that whatever you are today, she made you. She brought you. She begged her husband to marry you. And then now you're mocking her. Now you're insulting her because she couldn't have a child. Such a thing makes the Most High angry. And that made the Most High to now be on the side of Sarah. That is why you're getting this study today. So that you will know how to act. So that you don't start acting foolish. Just because something good is happening for you and something good is not happening to the other wife. Something good is not happening to the other wife. Something good is happening to you. You now start, we are doing this study for you to know how to conduct yourself. You never laugh at the other wife. If something bad is happening to her, you might be happy inside your heart, but you never show it. You never show it. If you show it, even the Most High will be against you. And that is what happened to Hagar. Now let's keep reading. Genesis 16. Let's see what the meaning of contempt. Because she had contempt for Sarah. What did Sarah do wrong to you? If Sarah did not like you, Sarah would not even advise her husband to marry you. And after everything she did for you, you now pay her with contempt. You now begin to insult her. Look at what the meaning of contempt. Look at the meaning of contempt. Look at what Hagar was thinking towards her madam. The feeling that a person or a thing is worthless. Your madam, the woman that brought you into that home, the woman that begged her husband to marry you, you are now seeing her that she's worthless because you feel like you're the one that is carrying the baby. You're the one who is carrying the first son. Now, what happened between Isaac and Ishmael? What happened? Who did Yah bless the most?
Isaac.
Is Isaac the first son? Is he? This is the things that led to it here. The Most High blessed Esau, but the Most High blessed Isaac the most. It's because of this type of thing. And it happened because the woman was foolish. And I'm teaching you today not to be foolish. For you to relax when things are happening in your home, because the Most High does not change. If you ever start doing foolish things, like for example, you can have a child. The other wife that your husband cannot have a child. If you now come outside or you'll be talking, you laugh, ha ha ha. Some people are wasting their time. At the end of the day, we shall know who owns this home. Ha 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 ha. Hey, that woman will cry. And when she cried, the Most High will hear her cry. You are mocking her. You're not calling her name, oh. You're not calling her name, but everybody knows that you're talking to her. Everybody knows you're mocking her. Everybody knows. And when you do such a thing, that woman, her heart will break. Her heart will break. When she goes, even if she's a bad person, only that cry that she'll be crying at night, that will make the Most High to hear her cry. And then the Most High is going to become angry at you. The Most High will become angry at you. Why? Because what you're doing is not good. You don't insult other people just because the Most High bless you and He did not bless them. No matter what you think, keep it in your heart. Because if it is you will not be happy. If you're the one that couldn't have a child and the other woman can have a child and that woman is laughing at you, you will not be happy. You will not. And you can see everything that happened with Isaac and Ishmael. Everything that happened clearly shows you that the Most High was not happy with Hagar. I don't want you to behave like that. I don't want you to act like Hagar. No, you have to use sense, use wisdom, because there are certain things that you will do, the Most High will turn against you just because of your behavior. Now watch. The feeling that a person or a thing is worthless. What is worthless? Something that is like something, yes, worthless, something worthless. So how can a woman that brought you from your place, brought you to her home, because she couldn't have a child, she now begged her husband to marry you. So now she's worthless because you're carrying a baby in your stomach. You think that she's worthless, you're insulting her, you're doing all these things. That is not right. That is not right to do such a thing. So, look at it. Look at this. Disrespect. Disregard. Neglect. That is not right. Okay, let's go back. So Abraham had sexual relation with Hagar. She became pregnant. But when Hagar knew she was pregnant, she began to treat her mistress Sarah with contempt. Then Sarah said to Abraham, "This is all your fault. I put my servant into your arms, but now that she's pregnant, she treats me with contempt. The Lord will show who's wrong, you or me." So Sarah was now relying on the Most High because she was not happy the way that this girl is insulting her just because she couldn't have a child. Abraham replied, "Look, she is your servant, so deal with her as you see fit." Now let me turn to the men. Men, listen. Abraham was wrong. Abraham was wrong in what he said here. All the men, listen. Abraham was wrong. Let me read this again for you to see what I'm talking about. What is going on here? Abraham married Sarah. Sarah couldn't have it. Abraham was wrong. I have never had anybody teach this thing like this. I have never had anybody say that Abraham was not right. What Abraham did here is wrong. And I don't think you will hear it anywhere. Never did I hear it, but I will show you why Abraham was not. And as a man, you shouldn't do this. As a man, you should not do what Abraham did here. Let me show you why. You married Sarah. That's fine. She couldn't have a child. She begged you to marry her maid. That's fine. You marry her maid. That's fine. Her maid became pregnant and began to insult her. Sarah's maid became pregnant and began to insult Sarah. Listen, watch. So, you have a wife, your first wife, who has a maid. Your first wife begged you to marry her maid. You marry her maid, that's fine. But then, her maid that you married, who now became your wife, is now insulting your first wife, and all you can say is that you should go and handle it. So where is your power as a husband? The girl is already insulting Sarah. The girl is already insulting Sarah, thinking that Sarah is nothing. What can Sarah do? The girl have no respect anymore for Sarah. So as a man, you cannot tell Sarah to go and handle it like he said here. Like he says, Abraham replied. Because Sarah was telling her, Sarah told Abraham, this girl is insulting me. And it is your fault. And truly it was Abraham's fault. How? I'm explaining to you why. I'm explaining how it's Abraham. Sarah told Abraham, this girl is insulting me and it is your fault. How is it Abraham's fault? Because Abraham is supposed to caution that girl. Abraham is supposed to tell her, stop insulting your madam. You may be my wife, but don't forget that she brought you into this house. You may be my wife, but don't forget that she's even older than you. She's an old woman, almost 100 years old. You are a young woman. So, if for no reason, you're supposed to respect her because she's older than you. And she also brought you into this house. I married you because of her. She begged me to marry you, so you must respect her. That was what Abraham was supposed to do, but Abraham did not do it. Abraham did not do that. Abraham told her, you should go and handle it. That's not right. That is, in Igbo language, we call it awo there. Because you know that the girl is already insulting her. What is Sarah going to do? How can you control a girl that is somebody who is insulting you? They will not listen to you. Because Hagar was no longer seeing herself as Sarah's maid. She sees herself as a co-wife. But Hagar was foolish. Because if Hagar had wisdom, she wouldn't insult her mother-in-law or her co-wife. You must still respect her as your madam. Yes, you and her may have the same husband, but that does not give you the right to insult her and mock her. And then see what the Most High now did for Sarah. Sarah became pregnant. The Most High had a better covenant with Sarah's son over Hagar's son. The Israelite now came from Sarah. Even though she was not the one that gave birth to the first son. The Most High also blessed Ishmael. Oh yes, that is why today, Saudi Arabia, all these Arab countries, they're very rich till today. Till today, the Most High blessed them. But if you compare the blessing that the Most High gave to Ishmael, you put it together, compare Ishmael's blessing and Isaac, who is the second son. Compare their blessing. The blessing to Isaac is much better because the people of the Most High God came from Isaac. Ishmael is not as popular as Isaac. The Most High always talk about Isaac, Jacob, and Abraham. It's all because of these things, because the girl didn't know what to do. The girl did not act right. This girl did not act right. This girl didn't know what to do. That is why I'm equipping you with information today, you young women, for you to know how to act, for you to behave right. Like as I said before, I'm teaching you these things. Part of the reason why I'm teaching you these things, so that you will know how to deal with the other wife, so that the Most High will not be against you. The Most High will be on your side. If there's any problem in the family, it will not come from you. It should not come from you. You should not be the cause of that problem. That is why I'm teaching you these things in this study today. Let's keep going. So Abraham was wrong. And for you, man, if you are a man, please if you're a man, if you have 2 wives, oh my goodness, I have to do a different video on that one. I have to do a different video. But let me just say this real quick. Biko, listen. If you are a man, your wives are like your children. Listen carefully. If you are a man and you have multiple wives, your wives are like your children. Do you know what that means? You can never show one of them that you love her more than the other. In your heart, for example, let's take it and bring it down to mother, father, children. Let me use parental relationship to give you an example. If you are a father, a good father or a good mother, you are not supposed to be showing one of your child that you love her more than the other people. You know your own child that you love. Upon all your children, you know your favorite. But it is wrong for you to show everybody that this one is your favorite. Biblically, that was what got Joseph into trouble. Joseph was hated by her brothers because their father loved him more. Their father loves him more than he loves the other brothers. And he showed it. All his children know that their dad loved Joseph more. They now planned together and sold him. And the time that is going to become very bad is when you die. If you have children and you take one of your children, you're always buying them something, you're always loving them, you're always liking them, any day that you die, all your other children will gang up against that one that you like. So it is not a good idea. A good parent does not do that. A good parent does not show his other children that he likes this one more. Let's bring it back to wives. Wives, my brothers, I'm giving you biblical information, biblical advice. What I'm giving you is spiritual, holy. Listen. If you want to succeed in polygamy, marry more than one wife. Like I have said in the past, you must be psychologically strong. You must be spiritually strong. You must be emotionally strong. Listen. You must treat all your wives equal. Equal. Now, the first wife, of course, is usually older. You have to make them have natural system of respect. So take, for example, if your first wife is 19 years old, your first wife is 19 years old, but your second wife is 25 years old, you must make sure that the one who is younger give her the respect that she's older. You must also talk to the one who is older to understand that this one that is 19 years is actually the first wife. Marrying more than one wife is not easy. Marrying more than one wife is not easy, just like having a children is not easy. Having children and training them is easy for useless people, irresponsible people who do not raise them. If you want to raise high quality children, it takes a lot of work. It's not just about money. It takes a lot of training. I remember yesterday while I was preaching, this same thing that I always hammer when I go out to preach. One girl was sitting there. A girl sitting like this. You see her pant, she's just sitting there because she was not taught how to sit. Last night, I saw another girl on a table, just with her leg hanging on a table, because she was never taught how to sit as a woman. So when I say that practicing polygamy is hard, I don't want some of you who hate polygamy. I know some of you hate polygamy. I don't want those of you that hate polygamy to say, okay, that's why we cannot do it. No. I'm equating polygamy with family, raising children. It's the same thing. You must see your wives. You must treat them equally. So for example, you cannot go to the market and buy phone. Bring that phone and give to your second wife and just keep quiet. She'll bring out the phone, she'll look at it, she'll smile, she's so happy, she's thanking you, everything. And then you just pretend as if nothing happened. So you just bought your wife, your second wife, a phone. But you did not buy for the first wife. What do you think is going to happen? Your wives are like your children. Now, let me ask you, for those of you who are not in polygamy, let me ask you something. If your parent, I want you to pinch you. I want you to feel the pain of what I'm talking about. I want you to feel the pain of the other wife, to feel her pain. If your mom or your dad, especially your dad, buys all your siblings phone and he did not buy for you, are you going to be happy? Would you? You will not be happy. You will feel bad. You'll be feeling sorrow, sadness. You see your brothers and your sisters holding their phone and everything, and they did not buy for you. That is how that woman will feel. So the best thing is, if you're going to buy phone, buy for everybody. Buy for everybody. If you cannot buy for everybody, at least, when you buy that phone, explain to the other one that you did not buy. Call that one and explain to them, I bought this phone for this person. Don't worry. Give me some time. I'll buy your own phone. This phone is for this person. You see their phone is broken, or you see their phone is lost. They lost their phone or it's broken. Don't worry. Later, I'll buy you your own phone. See, she'll feel much better. I explain this because some people can be so foolish that you buy something, you give to the one wife. You don't say anything to the other wife. You just keep quiet. No, that's wrong. You have to at least explain to her to be patient, that later you will buy it for her. She will feel much better. By simply you talking, your words. Words can break heart, words can heal heart. So, you who they bought the phone for you, don't be foolish. Don't be using the phone to just just talk and just try to use it to impress the other wife. No, don't do that. I have shown you biblically how the Most High can intervene. The Most High intervened in the case of Sarah and Hagar. The Most High intervened in the case of Leah and Rachel, because the Most High will make that your phone to break, and the Most High will give the other wife a better phone. Now, I was addressing Abraham, and I told you that Abraham was wrong. Please, men, I'm begging you. I am begging you, men, who will practice polygamy. If you are a man and you want to practice polygamy, it is fine. It's okay. Later, I'm going to show you how to deal with your wives. I'm already showing you how to. You never show any of them that you love her more than you love the other. You never, you're with your wife, you were talking bad about the other wife. Don't do it. Don't be with your wife. You both of you are inside the room and you're saying negative things about the other wife. You're telling this wife negative things about the other wife. Oh, she's nonsense. She doesn't know how to cook. She's this, she's that, she's this, she's that. You're creating fire in your home. You're creating problems in your home. Don't do that. That is why I said that it takes you have to be spiritually strong to practice polygamy. I'm going to make a separate study on how to practice polygamy. This video is not for men, it's for women to equip the sisters on how to respond in things. And we're taking a look at Genesis chapter 16. Let's keep going. So, Abraham told Sarah to go and handle it. That is, Abraham replied, look, she's your servant. Deal with her as you see fit. Then Sarai treated Hagar so harshly that she finally ran away. Do you see what is happening here? Do you see what's happening here? You are the man. Your wife she comes to you, she complains to you that the second wife is insulting her. You're supposed to call the second wife. Ask what the problem is. If she's wrong, you discipline her. Tell her that she's wrong. Order her not to insult Sarah. You, the man, supposed to stop it. You don't tell. You are the judge of the house. You are the leader of the house, the judge of the house, the man of the house. How is it that you have your younger wife insulting the elder wife? And you can see that the younger wife have lost respect for the older wife. And you're telling the older wife to go and handle it. No, that's not right. And then when Abraham told Sarah to go and handle it, well, Sarah became wicked became harsh towards Hagar. Because at the end of the day, Sarah had more power in that house. Because she came into that house first. She came into that home first. She knows everything about that place. You cannot, Hagar cannot stand against Sarah. So Sarah knows what to do, like she did. So she said, okay, Sarah was like, okay, no problem. Since you don't want to settle the issue between me and Hagar, no problem. So Sarah now started doing certain things. At the end of the day, who ran away? Hagar now ran away from that house. But if Abraham had handled it, it would not be like this. If Abraham handled it, it would not have been like this. And how should Abraham handle this thing? Abraham should have asked questions. What happened? You as a man must always do this. As a man, whenever you come back and there's a problem, oh, this person and this person is fighting, this person and this person is fighting, what do? You have to call your wife and ask questions. What happened? This person should tell her story. This person should tell her story. And you as a man must stand for the truth. You must never be pasha. You must condemn the person who is wrong. Tell them that they're wrong. Don't take sides. Don't do because your new wife is younger. Your new wife is younger and then you get carried away because she's new. That is foolishness. If you're going to act like that, you don't need to be in polygamy. If you're not mature, if you're not spiritually strong and psychologically strong, spiritually strong, you cannot do polygamy. because you have to be able to resist the temptation that might come from the new wife. You have to see all of them equal. And you have to treat all of them equal. Now, within yourself, within your heart, you know who you like more, but you never say it out. You never say it out. If you have, say for example, 3 wives. Say you have 3 wives. And you're showing one of them that you like her more. I guarantee you, I give you guarantee, the other wives will now gang up against the other one. And the situation will get worse when you die. The other wives will now be like this, like a chain. They will now gang up because they can see that you are so foolish that you're showing them that you don't like them as much as you like the other one. They will now gang up against the other one. So you as a man, you never do that. You never showed any of your wife that you like her more, or treat her that you like her more than you like the others. You treat all of them like they are your children. That means that you love all of them. Even though you may not love all of them, even though there's one that you may not like, but you still have to show all of them like you love them. And you must be strong and always ready to stand for the truth among your wives. What do I mean by standing for the truth? That means that when any of them is wrong, correct her. Don't take sides. That is why it is not good for you to be, when you are with one of your wife, you're talking bad about the other one. Oh, she's this. Oh, she's this. Blah, 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 blah. Don't do that. You have to have self-control. Let's go down a little bit on this Genesis chapter 16 and see what we can see more. So she ran away. Sarah complained to Abraham to handle this situation. Abraham told Sarah to go and handle it. Okay, no problem. So Sarah now began to be harsh. She began to treat Hagar harshly. And Hagar was pregnant. So what did she do? She ran back home to her family in Egypt. Now, on her way back, see what happened. For those who think that the Messiah is against polygamy, watch this. Watch. See what happened as she's going back. As she was traveling back home to her family, Hagar, the second wife, the angel of Yah found Hagar beside a spring of water in the wilderness along the road to Shur. The angel said to her, Hagar, Sarah's servant, where are you? Where have you come from and where are you going? The angel of the Most High saw her where she was resting. She was pregnant. She's running back home to her village in Egypt because there's too much problem at home with Sarah because Abraham did not handle it right. So the angel of the Most High now asked her, where are you going? Where are you going to? That's what the angel of the Most High asked her. Where are you going to? I am running away from my mistress, Sarah. Sarah, she replied. I'm running away from my mistress, Sarai, she replied. Okay, now watch this. The angel of the Most High, the angel of the Lord, or Yah, said to her, return to your mistress and submit to her authority. Return to your mistress and submit to your authority. Listen. I am warning everyone, both men and women. Listen. If you, oh my goodness, I pray that you will listen to me. I pray that you will listen to me. I pray, listen. If you are the second wife, understand that you must respect the first wife. You must respect her. I am not saying that you must come and bow down to her every morning. You bow down to her. Understand that she's in that home before you came in. Be respectful. Now, let me turn it around and bring it to you. Who is the first wife? Listen. Oh, the Most High will turn against you. Go and read the book of Genesis that we read earlier with Jacob, Leah and Rachel. The Most High will not give a damn that you are the first wife. If you ever oppress the younger wife, you will suffer. the Most High will turn against you. What I'm telling you is biblical. I'm showing it to you as I speak. You see how the Most High was blocking the womb of those women. So don't do because you are the first wife. You now begin to oppress. Let me use a word. You now begin to intimidate. You now begin to intimidate the younger wife. You are the first wife. This young woman, your husband marries the young woman. Your husband marries her. She comes in. After some time, you now begin to use your power. You feel like because you're the first wife, you now begin to intimidate her, insult her. Never do that, because it is the Most High. Now I'm sounding like a madman to you. You're watching this video and you're laughing, but you will cry when the Most High will be against you. That young woman, that young girl, that young wife that you're now using, you're now intimidating her because she's younger, because you feel that you are older. The same way, because the Most High is not a respecter of a person. The Most High does not care who you are. The Most High does not look at the face. If that young woman is insulting you, as you can see here, look what is happening here. The Most High turned against Sarah, Hagar, because she was insulting Sarah. The Most High turned against her, even though Hagar was the one that gave birth to the first son. The Most High now loved Isaac more. This is not a joke. If you like, start playing. Keep on playing. Understand what I'm explaining to you. You must not abuse your power. Abraham abused his power. He didn't practice what he's supposed. Abraham did not control the home, and you saw what it led to. So now Hagar ran away. Hagar ran away. Now look, for those of you that hate polygamy, for those of you who hate polygamy, look what happened here. Where's my thing? Okay, here. Watch. The angel of the Most High said to Hagar, return to your mistress and submit to her authority. Then he added, I will give you more descendants than you can count. I will give you more descendants than you can count. I want to say something right now. As I'm talking to you, when I came down here, as I'm talking, do you see me holding any paper? Do you see me quoting Bible from paper? Okay. I allow the Spirit of the Most High to lead me. So as I speak, the things I'm telling you is coming as I speak. Something just came to me now, and I want to talk to you about something. Do you know what a victim is? Do you know what the victim? What is a victim? No, when somebody is a victim, do you know what it means when somebody is a victim?
When the person, something happens to the person, something bad happens to the person.
Okay, I think you're also right in what you said. A victim can also be somebody who is being oppressed. It's a victim. Because in this situation with Sarah did nothing wrong. Sarah was the victim. This woman did nothing wrong. Because she couldn't have a child, she decided to give a maid to her husband. She did nothing wrong. And yet this young girl is insulting her. So she was the victim. Now watch. Listen. It is better for you to be the victim. You will not understand. It is better for you to be the victim in a family of polygamy. When you are the oppressor, when you are the one causing the problem, or when you are the one oppressing somebody, the Most High will not be on your side. And whenever the Most High is on somebody's side, that person will prevail. Look at Sarah. Sarah was not the one that had the first son. But you see how the whole thing You see how the whole thing went down. At the end of the day, her son, even though she did not have the first son, her son now became like the first son. She was the victim, and the Most High was on her side. Do I need to speak in Igbo language for you to understand what I'm saying? Instead of you being the one oppressing somebody, let them oppress you in a family of polygamy. What do I mean? So if you see, if your husband is taking what belongs to you and giving to the other person, keep quiet. Don't shout, don't scream, don't insult, don't do any of that. Don't go to Bedibia, don't go to native doctor or to Sabbath. No, don't do that. That's what people do. It is better that you are the one that go to bed crying, calling on the Messiah to intervene. Because at the end of the day, the Messiah will scatter everything and lift you up. I am not just talking. I'm showing it to you in chapters and verses. Did you not see it with Jacob when he married the wife? He loved one wife more than he loved the other one, right? What did the Messiah do to the one that he loved? The Messiah broke her womb. Simple. My point that I'm making to you is that if your husband have more than one wife and your husband is doing the things that he's not supposed to do, he's oppressing you, they're doing things, just let them know, just talk, let them know that this is not supposed to happen. This is this. If they shout at you and everything, go inside your house and pray. Keep on praying to the Most High. Do not stop. Just leave it like that. Don't try to do anything. Don't try to come and fight for yourself. Because once you start fighting for yourself, you will not even win that battle. And the Most High will not help you. Because you're not the victim. Because you're showing the Most High that you have power. You can fight for yourself. You can shout. You can scream. No. Just keep quiet. They know that what they're doing is not good. The Most High know that what they're doing is not good. The Most High does not change. He does not change. I think this is the time for me to go to Sirach chapter 1, and then I'll come back to Genesis here. So we can finish up Genesis chapter 6. Because of what I said now, what I just said now, I want to show you this place in Sirach. And then I will show you some videos. On, just watch. Let's go to Sirach and we'll come back to Genesis. Sirach chapter 1. Sirach chapter 1. Now watch. Look at this advice and take it. Look at this advice and take it. It will help you so much. It will help you so much. This is not my advice. This is a biblical advice. Take it and you will never go wrong. This is a biblical advice. Take it and you will never go wrong. You as a woman, you as a wife, your husband decides to marry another wife. The first time you're going to hear it, you might be surprised. But don't panic. Smile. Don't get angry. And support him. As we go on, I'm going to share and give you some information of certain things that will benefit you. But listen, let me tell you something. If your husband wants to marry another wife and you hear it, you say, no, how can you marry another wife? That will make it worse. I guarantee you. Especially if he's a law keeper. Because the Most High is not against polygamy. Now, look at this advice here. There is no excuse for unjustified anger. What is unjustified? Unjustified. Something that is not right. Something that is not just. Something that is not supposed to happen. Unjustified. Unjustified anger. Asigi, you're being told self-control is the key word. Self-control. There is no excuse for unjustified anger. So say, for example, your husband wants to marry another wife and you get angry. Your anger is useless, nonsense, because what he wants to do is not against the Bible. The scripture is not against it. So your anger and shouting is unjustified and it will never end well. Your anger and all those things is not going to stop him. He's not going to say, no, I will not marry because of your anger. No. So listen, it's not even, there's more. There's more. There is no excuse. And also when things happen, when the other woman does something, don't get angry. Oh, you start shouting. No. This is what you should do. Watch. There's no excuse for unjustified anger. It can bring about your downfall. Oh, and the place that just came to my mind right now is the book of Esther. I will show you a woman that exactly this thing happened to, and it has to do with polygamy. There's no justification for unjustified anger. There's no. Wait, look at verse 3. Verse 3 is talking about what I've been telling you. Look, wait and be patient. I just told you that. Wait and be patient. And later, you will be glad you did. So if something happens, and it will happen, it will happen. If your husband have another wife, the other wife is like your sister. The other wife is like your sister. Now, I want to ask you a question. And please, can you give me honest answer? Tell me the truth. I want to ask you people a question. Tell me the truth. In this world, is there a family where there's a mother, a father, and children? Is there a family where the children does not fight? Is there a family where the children does not have problem? I was just sitting here. One of the person slapped the other one in the face. That thing was not an accident. It was meant to be part of this study. Because she slapped her brother in the face. I was looking at her while I was setting my things up here. Her brother was looking at this calendar. She slapped her brother. Bam. I now asked her, why did you slap your brother? She said there's no reason. Do you see? Now, the interesting thing is that the brother did not do anything. The brother kept looking at that place. The brother did not do anything. It just happened today. The girl slapped her younger brother in the face like this. I asked her, why did you slap your brother? She said there's no reason. But her brother did not react. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I want you to act like that, this boy. Her sister slapped him. His sister slapped him. He could have turned around and punched him. Listen, he has every right to fight back. Because the sister, what I'm telling you right now, did it not happen at the beginning? Did it not happen? I'm telling you why it happened. You guys did not realize it. That thing that happened there was meant to be part of this study. Because the brother was looking at this lunar calendar. For those of you who are watching online, as I was getting ready to do this study, there was a young boy and a young girl here. They are siblings. The older sister, slapped the younger brother in the face. I now look at her. I say, why did you slap your brother? She told me, nothing. There's no reason. There's no reason. She just slapped her brother. Then the brother did not do anything. The brother totally ignored her. The brother ignored her. So I'm explaining to my audience here that happened to be part of this study. So I'm warning you, do like this boy did. His sister slapped him. He had the right to slap her back, but he did not slap her back. He had the right to take revenge, but he did not. So your sister's wife, the other wife of your husband, sometimes she's going to do something bad to you. Sometimes she's going to insult you. Oh, how I wish that you take this advice. How I wish you take this advice in Sirach chapter 1 from verse 22. How I wish. Watch. There is no excuse for unjustified anger. It can bring about your downfall. He says, wait and be patient, and later you will be glad you did. Keep quiet until the right time to speak. Keep quiet until the right time to speak, and you will gain a reputation of good sense. I see this boy as somebody that have good sense. I see this boy as someone that have good sense. Because this boy, I asked him, how old are you? He said he's 7 years old. He has a lot of restraint. A 7-year-old boy, for no reason whatsoever, his sister slapped him in the face. He did not even shake. He did not take, he totally ignored her. Then I asked her, why did you slap your brother? She used her own mouth to tell me that there's no reason. Let us all be like this young boy. Let us all learn to be like this young boy. Don't fight all the time. Don't fight for all your rights. Sometimes even when somebody does something bad to you, let it go. Let it go. Keep quiet until the right time to speak, and you will gain a reputation for a good sense. So if you find yourself that your husband has another wife, I want to encourage you. Look at this. Please, self-control. Control yourself. Don't start having attitude. It will not get you anywhere. It will spoil everything for you. The more you have attitude, in Igbo language, we call it Ibuiru. Ibuiru. You keep to yourself. Oh my goodness. I wish you will understand it. I wish you will understand what I'm explaining to you. This thing will damage you. It will make life miserable for you. It will make life miserable if you don't practice this thing that I'm explaining to you now. It will just make life miserable for you. So, Ibuiru, we call it Ibuiru. 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 In English, they call it attitude. Hold on, let me plug in our power. So, in English, oh my goodness. In English, they call it attitude. Oh my goodness. What I'm telling you right now is easier said than done. Listen, I'm being honest with you. You see what I'm asking you to do? It is easy for me to say this thing now. It will be difficult for you to do, but you must force yourself to do it. What am I saying that you must force yourself? Try not to have attitude. Control your behavior. Listen. Always be friendly to the other woman. even when you are angry. Even when you are angry, always be friendly. Control your anger. Never allow yourself to burst out of anger. Highest, go to your room. Go inside your room, close the door, and go to the bed. Punch the bed. Show your anger inside the room, but lock the bed. Yeah, vent your anger out, but never be making noise, shouting. And there's a reason why I'm telling you this. Because when you are in polygamy, if you do the wrong things, it's going to make the whole situation worse. The whole situation will worsen. And at the end of the day, maybe you are right. Maybe they were wrong. They did something wrong to you. But because of the way you handle it the wrong way. At the end of the day, you find that you are the one that will go and be saying, I'm sorry. When they are supposed to come to you and say that they're sorry. But because of the things you have said, the things you have done, you have now made yourself the aggressor. You've now made yourself, put yourself in a situation, because you ended up talking too much or fighting too much. Okay, so, sorry, I think I plugged the wrong plug. Okay, let's keep going. Come on. Okay, so bear with me. Let me connect back my thing. So do you understand what I'm explaining? Do you understand so far? Any questions so far? Okay, so let's keep going. So I am sharing these things with you. Remember, always be of a good courage. Is there anybody here, if you are, tell me the truth, is there anybody here that has never had problem with their siblings, their brother or sister? Sister, have you never had problem with your siblings? Okay, you do. Me, my siblings, two of my younger brothers, at some point I banned them from coming to my house. I banned one of my brothers from coming to my house. Later, I banned my sister from coming to my house. But guess what? When she wanted to do her wedding, when she wanted to do her wedding, they came. One day I came back, and she and the man that wanted to marry her was in my compound. I came in, I parked the car, I went upstairs. I did not ask her to leave. Even though she made me angry, and I told her not to come back to that house. So everybody, we all, let us live in reality. Let us not pretend as if, there's too much problem in polygamy. Polygamy is like a family. Your sister wife automatically become your sister, like in your house. If you have a sister in your home, your blood sister, you still have problem with her. So who is teaching us this nonsense that there's supposed to be perfection in polygamy? There's not supposed to be a problem. And if there's any single problem in polygamy, then it must be from the devil. That teaching is from the devil. The idea that polygamy is supposed to be all roses and perfect, and because polygamy is not perfect, it's from the devil. That is nonsense teaching. Rubbish. Nonsense from the pit of hell. So I'm showing you these things for us to live in reality and not deceive ourselves and play games. Okay? I'm showing you these things to equip young women. To equip young women to be prepared to go into such a union. If you have certain understanding, polygamy is actually really good. It can be very beautiful, it can be very good. Because you understand that your sister wives, are like your blood sister. If you know the way you treat your sisters at home is the same way you treat your sister in your marriage. They are your sisters. And your sisters at home, they make you angry. Your sisters at home make you angry. My own sister one day, because of what she did, I told her not to come back to my house. So are we going to stop having brothers and sisters? Because we do have problem with our brothers and sisters. Who is going to say that they don't want to have a brother and sister? Because because there's somebody in that place, that family, they have problem with their brothers and sisters. So having brothers and sisters is wrong. Because people that have brothers and sisters have problem. That is nonsense. Complete nonsense. No. So expect that your sister wife, sometimes she will offend you. And guess what? Sometimes you will offend her. Sometimes you're going to offend her. Sometimes you will do the wrong thing. Sometimes we do. Sometimes you yourself will do the wrong thing. So what we are praying for is understanding. Wisdom and understanding. So that we do not overreact, as you can see here. We do not overreact. Self-control. Self-control. See? So you have to be, and like as I said, be cheerful. Be cheerful. Always be, even when you are angry, don't show your anger too much. Don't show your anger too much. And when you feel like something is happening, and you feel like, you are being, what they're doing to you is not good, don't start shouting. Don't start shouting at all. Now, I want to show you some things. Do you understand the things I'm explaining to you and why I'm explaining to you these things? I am explaining to you these things for a reason. And the reason why I'm explaining these things to you is that you may find yourself in a polygamous family. So watch and tell me that these people do not have family in their home. I don't have problems. Watch this.
I'm not the last wife, I'm the first wife. I'm not the last wife, I'm the second wife. I'm not the last wife, I'm the third wife. I'm the last wife, and this is our husband. Yay! One at the back.
Okay, so it's like every family, there's always problem behind the scenes. It's normal. Pikono, I want to ask you a question. Was there not a war in heaven? The angels, do they not fight? Yes, the angels are fighting. That fight is just disagreement among themselves. Because the Most High now wanted to find out what happened. When the Most High found out that the Satan and the other angel was wrong, the Most High now kicked Satan out. So if angels can have disagreement among themselves, who are we? Who are we? If angels in heaven can have disagreement and fight, who are we? So I want you to know that sometimes there will be problems in family, and it's normal. We know that already. We do have problems in family. There's nobody in this world that have a brother or sister that had never had problem with their brothers and sisters. You always have problem with your brothers and sisters. But the thing is that you cheer up. I'm showing you this video. You see how they cheer up. The truth is that if you go to these people, if you go to them and you start asking them questions privately in their bedroom, you ask them, they will make complaint to you. They will tell you, oh, she did this to me. Oh, she did that to me. Oh, they have issue, but you're not going to, because something happened to you. If they say, okay, they want to do a video like this or do something, or they want to go somewhere, you yourself become angry. You don't want to go. You will be separating yourself. So let's say, for example, your husband want to go somewhere, and then he says, he told you guys to get ready, to put on this type of uniform. As you can see, it's like they have a uniform or something like that. I don't know. If your husband say, okay, why don't you wear those pink clothes? Then you're going to go somewhere. The first wife might say, okay, no problem. The second wife might say, you, who is the third wife? Or you, who is the first wife? You're angry because of something that happened last night. Because of something that your husband did to you, or something that one of the wives did to you, you're angry. You refuse to go. The other two wives will go and put on their clothes and follow your husband. What do you think that will do? That will scatter things. That will now make your husband to start hating you. And you have separated yourself, because the other wives are going to come out and they're going to go to that place smiling. Before you know it, they will not start talking about you, because you have separated yourself. You have separated yourself. So the wise thing to do is that take your anger and keep it aside. And that is why I showed you this. Let me read this again. Let me read this.
I'm not the last wife.
Let me read this again. Watch. Let me read this. What I just said right now is explained here. It says self-control. There is no excuse for unjustified anger. Sirach chapter 1. Sirach 1:22-24. There is no excuse for unjustified anger. It can bring about your downfall. Wait and be patient, and you did. Keep quiet until the right time to speak, and you win a great reputation. If you find yourself in a polygamous family where your husband have multiple wives, and besides, let me turn to the men. Men. If possible, before you marry a woman, if you know you're going to marry more than one wife, let her know. Ask her. Let her know. Because there are some women who don't want to be in that type of relationship. Now, I'm not going to get into whether they are right or wrong. We know that any hatred towards polygamy is not biblical. The Most High supports polygamy. Even though those who are doing it today are doing it wrong. I'm not going to go there. So, the reality of the matter is that any woman who has been exposed to Western culture, they tend to hate polygamy. I'm telling you something that will save you a lot of headache. It is better for you to find out. Because don't trick a woman into polygamy. Don't trick a woman into polygamy. It will not work well. Don't blackmail a woman into polygamy. Don't coerce a woman into polygamy. Don't blackmail her. Be upfront. Let that person know ahead of time. I am marrying you. I am also going to marry other wives. Call your wife. Ask her a question. Call her. She will come. You ask her, is there a problem between us? She'll probably say no. It's okay. I'm telling you now. I'm going to marry. It is my intention as a Hebrew man to marry more than one wife. I would like to marry more than one wife. And I'm marrying them not because I hate you. So now that there's nothing going on, I'm letting you know. So it is better for you. It is not good for you to marry a woman that don't want to have other sisters as wives. Because there will always be problems. Because she doesn't want to do it. There are some women, even till today, there are some women who want to be in that relationship. There are some women who want to have for their husband to have other wives. There are women, it's not plenty. I will not tell you that there's a lot of women. No, I say there are some, not a lot. Today, women that hate polygamy is more than women that like polygamy. Women that hate it is more. Why? Western culture, European culture, white people's culture have polluted the world. So, it is better for you to make sure to not force somebody to go into polygamy. It is better not to force a woman into polygamy. So, that's for men. Coming back to women, I just read Sirach chapter 1 from verse 22 to 24. And I'm telling you, and I really pray that you will understand my point. My point is for you not to isolate yourself. Don't let your anger control you. What do I mean that your anger control you? Do you know that today, right now, something can happen? Maybe you are the second wife. The third wife can make you angry. She can act foolish. She can do something and she can make you angry. You become very angry. And then you tell your husband. And then your husband might not respond the way you think. Your husband might not. Your husband might actually blame you. So the other woman did something wrong to you. You can complain to your husband, and then he blames you. That has happened. Now, listen carefully. The next day, your husband might tell all of you to get ready, that you're going somewhere. Because of what happened yesterday, you now become angry, and you say no, that you're not going. The other wives will get ready and follow your husband. You will stay home. Don't do that. It will be bad for you, because you're separating yourself, and you don't want to do that. So that is why I say that sometimes even when you are angry, cheer up, participate, join in, participate, and cheer up. And if you are old enough, before your husband marry you, and you know that you don't want to share your husband, you know you don't want your husband to have another wife, do not allow that man to marry you. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's better for you not to do it. It is better for you to wait until you find a man that wants to marry only one wife. It is best. If you're going to be in a family where there's other wives, the things I'm giving you, these examples are going to happen. And you cannot say you don't know what I'm talking about, because these same examples happens in your family. Today, your younger sister can make you angry. Before this evening, you forget it. I gave you an example of what happened here. So all of us have experienced this thing. Your siblings will make you angry, make you very angry, and then you forget them. My brother that insulted me. My brother insulted me, and I was in America. He was insulting me over the phone. He sent me a message on WhatsApp. Long message. Insulting me. There's nothing that he did not say. He insulted me so much. She kept leaving voice message, describing me as that I'm wicked. I am wicked. I am this. I am that. One of the relative died. He was trying to say that I know what killed him, because I did not want to help until he finally died. Then I now brought money to buy the casket, the coffin. He said a lot of evil things, even against our own mother. He said something that was even evil against our own mother. He said all these things. That was why. And for me, oh my goodness, if I was home and then he said those things in my face, I would have attacked him. But I felt like my hand was bound. There was nothing I could do, because I was all the way in America. So the only thing I can do is to tell him not to ever come to my house. I told him not to ever come to my house. Do you know that same brother that did this thing? Later on, he came to apologize. One day I came back. He was in the compound. I told him not to come. So he came to apologize to me. He came. He greeted me. I didn't say anything. I did not say anything to him. I ignored him and just went inside. Not too long ago, eventually he came. He told me, "Oh, can you give me a phone? This is this, blah, 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 blah." But at the end of the day, I forgave him. I forgave him upon everything he said. All these things. At the end of the day, I forgave him. Being in a polygamous family is like you are with your family, your blood. Oh my goodness. Let me go a little bit biological. Before I go biological, let me show you this video again. Watch this video again.
I'm not the last wife, I'm the first wife. I'm not the last wife, I'm the second wife. I'm not the last wife, I'm the third wife. I'm the last wife, and this is our husband.
Let me show you that your sister wife, your husband wife, is like your blood sister. Let me tell you why. Does anybody here know what they call DNA? I'm sure you've heard about DNA before. You know DNA before. DNA test that they do, right? To see if a child belongs to somebody, right? So sometimes there's suspicion. There's suspicion sometimes that this person may not be the father of this person, right? That maybe somebody else impregnated the woman, right? And then they do a test, right? DNA is usually inside a sperm, a man's sperm. It is the man's sperm that goes inside a woman before she will become pregnant and have a child. A man's sperm goes inside a woman, she conceives and then has a child, and then that child belongs to that man. But the DNA of that man is inside the sperm. When that sperm goes inside a woman, it stays inside of that woman. Not all of them becomes a child. Not all of them. I will not show you the study now. Maybe later. I'm going to do a video about defiled. Video explaining defiled, what the Bible called defiled. And I will explain it more in detail. Because this video is not about that right now. I want to focus on this particular subject. So, do you know that, and I'm going to tell you this and then I'll give you the biblical evidence. Do you know that this man you see here, this man you see right here, do you know that when he has sex with this woman, his DNA goes inside this woman through his sperm? His DNA will begin to change this woman's behavior. Sometimes they call it blood. Do you know that his same DNA that is going into this woman, there will come a time this woman and this woman will not begin to behave like this man? Because the same DNA going into this woman is going into this woman. So that begins to make them to become like sisters. Just like what I'm explaining to you is very simple. If you remember what I told you earlier, I told you that polygamous family, if you are a man and you have children, your children if you're a man and you have wives, your wives are like your children. Usually, it is the man that gives birth to the children, right? Right? Yeah, the man gives birth to the children. Now watch. We see it's the same. It's still the same system. If a man marries a woman, his DNA begins to go into this woman. She begins to think more like him. The same thing is happening to this one. So at some point, she will have the same DNA. Let me show you a quick study. Even scientifically, this has been discovered. So if you go to Google, let's go to Google, and we type in, we're in Google. Sex changes a woman's behavior. You can do the same thing and you can read the study. This is out of England, University of, I forgot the name of this university in England. This is a study. Medical News Today. It's a study that was done. And they found out that when a man is having sex with a woman, at some point, that woman begins to behave like that man. That woman begins to think like that man. This is not what I'm telling you. The Bible tells you this in Genesis chapter 2, that the two becomes one. So shall a man leave his father and his mother and cleave to his wife. The two becomes one flesh. They all become one. So the Bible tells you that. Scientific study have also shown you that scientific study have shown you that if this man is having sex with this woman, there will come a time when this woman will begin to think like this man. There will come a time when if he has 3 wives, within 10 years, 15 years, these women will all start having the same mindset. When they all have the same mindset and think the same way, what does that mean? Less problem, less misunderstanding. Now, this is the only way it will not work. The only way that this will not work is if he's having sex with her, but another man is also having sex with her. So now you have 2 DNA coming inside her. It will not work. If, for example, no other man's DNA has ever come into her, say for example she's a virgin. If she's a virgin, and it's only this man's DNA have come into her, according to the Bible and according to scientific study, at some point she will begin to think like the husband and act like the husband and behave like the husband at some point. Now if the husband marries another wife and no other DNA is inside of her, no other man has been with her, before you know it, this second wife will also start thinking like this wife. They all start thinking the same way. Same thing will happen when you marry the third one. So this is really, it's like, it's a family. It's a family. And I want you to know that your sister, I explained all these things to tell you that your sister wife, your husband wife is your sister. See her like your sister. See her like your sister. She's going to make you angry. And the truth is that you're going to make her angry sometimes. She's going to offend you. The truth is that you're going to offend her sometimes. I want to beg you something, which I will beg you if we're talking about your blood sister, never see your sister wife as your enemy. Never see your sister wife as your enemy. Because if you see her as your enemy, you begin to treat her like your enemy. And it will never work. You are the one that will lose. You know why I say this? Let the Most High fight for you. I showed you Genesis chapter 16, which we're going to go back there. We're going to go back to Genesis chapter 16. Never treat your wife, your sister wife, like your enemy. Even when she's oppressing you, even when they are oppressing you, leave it for Yah. Yah did it for Sarah. We saw in Genesis chapter 16. We saw in Genesis chapter 30 with Leah and Rachel. So, your blood sister, your biological sister at home, she offends you. She says mean things about you. She makes you angry. You are angry sometimes because of her. But do you kill her? Do you hate her? Do you organize for her to be murdered? No. So you have to use wisdom. Now, I would like to take you to the book of Esther, because it explains the thing I was telling you about self-control. Self-control, being able to be self-control. Let's see what happened. What happened? We're not going to read too much into it, but just to give you an idea. And then I think we're almost done. We're almost done, but I have one more video to show you, and then maybe a few more scriptures. Let's go to book of Esther. Esther chapter 1. Esther. So now watch this. Just watch what happened here. And I don't want you to make this mistake. I don't want you, my sisters, to make this mistake. These Bible verses you see, the scripture has been given to us for us to learn from it and not make a mistake. Look what happened to this woman here. So watch. Just watch this. We're not going to read too much. We're just going to read very few and get to the point. So it says, just watch, listen carefully and see what happened. These events happened in the days of King Xerxes, who reigned over 127 provinces, stretching from India to Ethiopia. At that time, Xerxes ruled his empire from his royal throne at the fortress of Susa. In the third year of his reign, he gave a banquet for all his nobles and officials. He invited all military officers of Persia and Media, as well as the princes and nobles of the provinces. The celebration lasted 180 days, a tremendous display of the opulent wealth of his empire and the pomp and splendor of his majesty. So what we're reading here is that this king is a king, a big king. He's a king, and he had an event. This king had an event. He hosted an event. Okay, let's continue. When it was all over, the king gave a banquet for all the people, from the greatest to the least, who were in the fortress of Susa. It lasted 7 days and was held in the country yard of the palace garden. The courtyard was beautifully decorated with white curtains and blue hangings, which were fastened with white linen cords and purple ribbons to silver rings, embedded in the marble pillars, gold and silver couches stored, and mosaic pavement of porphyry, marble. Okay. All right. So now watch. I want to get to the point. I want to get to the part. Now watch verse 7. Watch verse 7. Verse 7. Drinks were served in gold goblets of many designs, and there was an abundance of royal wine, reflecting the king's generosity. By edict of the king, by edict of the king, no limits were placed on the drinking. For the king had instructed all his palace officials to serve each man as much as he wanted. At the same time, Queen Vashti gave a banquet for the women in the royal palace of the king Xerxes. So the point here is that this king was rich. He hosted an event, and his wife also hosted the women. The king hosted the men with a lot of wealth. His wife also hosted the women and gave them things. Okay, now watch from here. Watch. This is where the problem comes. On the seventh day of the feast, when King Xerxes was high in spirit because of the wine, he told 7 eunuchs who attended him, Manhu, Batzah, Habona, Bigta, Abata, Zata, Kakaz, to bring. He told his people that are his servants, he told them to go and bring his wife, to bring Queen Vashti to him with the royal crown on her head. Hey, you, my servant, go and bring my wife. Go and ask my wife to come. Let her dress up. I want my wife to dress, to wear the royal, you know that thing that women queen with, that thing that women queen, like the thing on their head now, the thing that princesses wear. So the king told them, tell my wife to dress up and put on that thing that they, like a princess or like a queen. Okay. To bring Queen Vashti to him with royal crown on her head. He wanted the nobles and all the other men to gaze on her beauty, for she was very beautiful. She was a very beautiful woman. So he wanted all the other guests, people that came for the event, to meet his wife, to see his wife and see that his wife is beautiful. Verse 12. But when they conveyed the king's order to Queen Vashti, she refused to come. When they told her, Madam or Queen, the king sent us to come and call you. The king said you should dress up, wear your royal crown, and come. The king is calling you. She said no, that she's not going. She refused to come. This made the king furious. What is furious? Angry. So this made the king furious, and he burned with anger. Remember what I told you earlier about controlling your emotions. If there's a problem today at home, and tomorrow your husband calls you, don't say no. Don't isolate yourself. At the end of the day, you're going to regret it. You see what I'm reading here? Vashti regretted it. She regretted it very bad. Let's keep reading. So she refused to come. She refused to go and answer her husband. She was the only wife. She was the only wife. She was the one woman, only wife. Her husband called her and she said that she will not go. Now watch. He immediately consulted with his wise advisors. So the king called his advisors and asked them what they think about what the wife just did. Who knew all the Persian laws and customs? For he was always asked. So whenever something happened to that king, something happened, he will call his men and ask them, what do you think? Somebody did something to me. This thing happened to me. What do you people think? And then they will give him advice. So after his wife refused to come, he now asked those men, what do you think? I called my wife. I have many guests, people that came to see me. And then I told my wife to come and meet these people. My wife said that she will not come. What do you think? So this is the advice they gave him, the king. Let me skip their name. These are the names of the noble. And then when he asked them, they said this. This is their names. I don't want to read their names. The names of these men were Kashashana, Shata, Admata, Tashish, Maras, Mazana, Munuakan, 7 nobles. Okay, so let's continue from here. These are, they met with the king regularly and held the highest position in the empire. Verse 15. What must be done to Vashti? What must be done to Queen Vashti? The king demanded. What should I do to my wife? I called my wife to come because I have people that came to see me. My wife refused to come out. What should I do to her? What penalty does the law provide for a queen who refuses to obey the king's order, properly sent through his eunuchs? Munikan answered the king and his nobles. Queen Vashti has wronged not only the king, but also every noble and citizen throughout your empire. Women, listen, watch this, listen. Women everywhere will begin to despise their husband. So women are going to hear that the queen did this to her husband, and those women will begin to do the same thing. They'll begin to insult or disrespect their husband also. When they learn that Queen Vashti has refused to appear before the king, before this day is out, the wives of all the king's nobles throughout Persia and Media will hear what Queen Vashti, will hear what the queen did, and will start treating their husband the same way. So if you keep quiet and you don't punish your wife, the other women are going to hear it and they'll begin to do the same thing to their husband. There will be no end to their contempt and anger. So if it pleases the king, we suggest that you issue a written decree, a law of the Persians and Media that cannot be revoked. It should order that Vashti, watch this, listen. It should order that Vashti be forever banished from the presence of King Sasaras, and that the king should choose another queen more worthy than she. When this decree is published throughout the king's vast empire, husbands everywhere, whatever their rank, will receive proper respect from their wives. The king and his nobles thought this made good sense. He followed Memucan's counsel. He sent letters to all parts of the empire, to each province in its town, in its own script and language, proclaiming that every man should be the ruler of his own home and should say whatever he please. Okay, so we see what happened there. Let's go to the next one. I'm showing you this because of Esther, because I want you to behave like Esther. I'm showing you this because of Esther, because Esther have not been married at this point. Esther will be married and she'll become the second wife. And you see the way she behaves after they marry her. And because of that, Esther got a lot of benefit because she was always quiet, always like she used her sense, she wasn't making noise. But after Sisera's anger had subsided, he began thinking about Vashti and what she had done and the decree he had made. So his personal attendant suggested, let us search the empire to find the beautiful young virgins for the king. Let the king appoint agents in each province to bring these beautiful young women into the royal harem at the fortress of Susa. Okay, so they wanted to find another wife. After that, the young woman who must please the king will be made queen instead of Vashti. The advice was very appealing to the king, so he put it into he put it so he put the plan into effect. So that's how they found Esther. Okay, I'm not going to go much into it, but if you can have time, you can go and read the book of Esther chapter 2. So eventually, they brought a lot of young women, and they began to test them, began to know which one is better. As a result of the king's decree, Esther, along with many other young women, was brought to the king's harem fortress. So from there, at the end of the day, they chose Esther to be the king's wife. So she now became the second wife, because the king already had a wife already. But the reason why I came to the book of Esther is because if you read this book of Esther, you see, Esther was an Israelite. And Esther, I think that young women needs to go through this study. Especially if you're a law keeper. Let's say, for example, that you cooked yesterday before Sabbath. You cooked before Sabbath. And today is the Sabbath day. And this study is going on, but you're sleeping. You might, as a law keeper, you might find yourself in this situation. And you wouldn't know what to do. And it wouldn't make any sense. Because this is no longer the case that, the information is not there. The information is not there, it's just that you don't care. You did not get the information. So, as you can see, this one is sleeping. But she might find herself in that situation tomorrow, and you wouldn't know what to do. You will start doing the wrong things, which will result in the wrong things coming back to you. And it will be very sad. It will be very, very, very sad. So I will advise you to pay attention to this information, whoever you are, because somebody might call you and tell you what they're going through. And some of the things you may have learned in this information, you can use it to advise them on what to do. This is something that is very important, because if you find yourself in this situation, you'll be able to know what to do. If you go through this and read about Esther, even when Esther was so respectful, Esther was the opposite of Vashti. Esther, before because you see, Esther was wise. And I want you to be like Esther. Esther was not stupid. Esther knew. She knew that the king is looking for another wife, because his wife was stubborn. His wife will not obey him. So when Esther came to the king's house, Esther brought herself low. Did you know that Esther, before she speak, she will tell her husband, "My Lord, may I speak?" Before she like, let's say she wants to tell her husband something or ask her something, she will say, "May I speak? If I may speak. If I may speak." So, because Esther was not dumb, Esther was not foolish, Esther knew that because the first wife was rejected because of her behavior, I better behave myself. And the more she does this thing, the more the king liked her. Because a real man, especially a man of Yah, does not like challenge. He doesn't like challenge. A real man of God does not want challenge or want fight at home. So Esther came in, humbled herself, completely humbled herself. It doesn't mean that she liked everything that was happening in that palace. But she always keeps quiet. She always, it's not all your right that you fight for. It is not all your right that you fight for. I told you, some of you, about a particular video. Here is this video. This is coming from other women. A video I came across. And let me see what these women are saying here. There's a video I came across. I just want to show you this video. If I can find it. Okay. Okay, watch this. Watch.
Do you know that people that are in their marriages today are fools? The ones that know their
She said that the people who are in their marriages today are fools.
rights are no longer in their marriages. If you think you know your rights, if you think that when your husband say one, you say two, my sister, you will be on the streets. I will still say it. Women that know their rights are the ones that the husband threw their properties away. They are outside. They have left their marriage. The ones that are humble, that is behaving like fool to their husband, as people are calling it, they are the one still married. If you behave that you are too smart, you cannot stay in your husband's house. Sometimes behave like fool. It doesn't make you a real fool. It simply means that you want your marriage to work. But many women, they want to behave as if they are smart. They want to control their husband. That is that we have a lot of divorcee everywhere. Calm down, bye.
Okay, so, and that was what Sarah was doing, Esther. Esther came in and Esther was, she just relaxed. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, to take it easy. Don't be shouting, rushing out. Things will happen. But I want you to love your sister wife. Love her. So that if anybody does anything bad to you, the Most High will fight for you. Love your sister wife. That is why I also tell men, never lie to a woman when you want to marry her. You know you want to marry other wives. You lie to a woman that you will not marry other wife. And then later you tell her that you change your mind. Maybe that woman does not want to have a sister wife. Maybe that woman doesn't want to be in polygamy. So you should never coerce, trick, or lie a woman into polygamy. Look for someone who doesn't mind being in polygamy. If somebody says they don't want to be in polygamy, then don't get them involved. Don't marry them. And they themselves will be happy because they don't want to be in it. So, if you are in it, you see that any day your husband say they want to, assuming that he told you. I have my cousin, my relative that lives in California. There was somebody that came to marry her, my cousin. Somebody came to marry her. The person lives in Nigeria. And the man told her that he doesn't want to live in America. The man comes to America, visit, and go back to Nigeria. The man told my cousin, her name is Chidimma. The man told her, I don't want to live in America. Chidimma says, no problem, sure. Because the man told her, if I marry you, you have to come back to Nigeria. We need to live in Nigeria. We will come to America and visit, but I don't want to live in America. My cousin agreed. She said, no problem. They paid her bride price. They did her abamonko. They did her white wedding, And then my cousin was supposed to now move back to Nigeria. She didn't want to move. So it turned out that she was thinking that later she can convince that man to now stay with her in America. The man didn't want to stay. The thing became a problem. It now became a problem. Now, they now wanted me to I think they wanted me to come and be a witness, like to speak and protect her. I said, no, I will not. Yes, you're my relative, but I must say the truth. Even though you are my relative, something happened. I don't know if maybe they wanted to call me to come and be something. It was some years ago. But me, I said, no, I'm not going to come and lie. You are agreed. You told this man that you will follow him to Nigeria and live in Nigeria. But now you've changed your mind. No, I'm not going to say because you're my cousin, my relative, I will now come and be lying and pretending as if you did not agree to that. So, be honest. Tell people the truth. When it comes, don't coerce somebody. It is not everybody that wants to be in polygamy. It is not everyone. Like as I said before, there are some, not many, but there are few, very few women that will love to be in polygamy. They will like it. They will love to be in polygamy. Very few. So don't force somebody or coerce them or lie to them or trick them into polygamy. In the beginning, you tell them, oh no, I will not do anything like that. And then later, they will do something wrong. When they do something wrong, you now use that as an opportunity to marry another wife. No. Be honest. Okay? Things will work out much better if people are doing things willingly because they want to do it. The Most High does not force us to do things. The Most High does not coerce us to do things. The Most High does not blackmail us to do things. Sirach chapter 15 from verse 15. Sirach 15 from verse 15. The Most High wants us to do things if we choose to. That's why he says that it's the Most High says something like, if you keep my commandment with all your heart and with all your soul. And that's why when you see this video, if you look at these women, isn't that what you see? These women, for example, if you look at these women right here, you notice that what you see here is that, like as I said, the reality of the matter, you see all these women here, I'm telling you they have problems. And who doesn't? Who doesn't have problem? Which family do you not have problem? Siblings, brothers, sisters, they fight each other. And at the end of the day, they still love each other. They love each other. In heaven, Revelation chapter 12, there was a fight among the angels. So if the angels in heaven could fight, who the hell do you think you are? So all this rubbish nonsense idea that, polygamy is supposed to be perfect, it's a lie. There will be ups and downs. There will always be problems. The problem is not the problem. The problem is how you handle the problem and how you conduct yourself. So when you see people like this, they are smiling, they are laughing, they have issues. They do have issues. Okay?
I'm not the last wife, I'm the first wife. I'm not the last wife, I'm the second wife. I'm not the last wife, I'm the third wife. I'm the last wife. And this is our husband.
So, even though they laugh, they smile, they're like siblings. They're like siblings. And I want to use this opportunity before I move on. I think we're almost done, by the way. We're almost done. But before we close, because there might be a part 2 of this, because I wanted to give some advice to young women. I'll see if I can add it into this. This video is already long. I might do a part 2. I want to now give some information to young women on the things that you can personally do to make things much better for you if you find yourself in a polygamous family, because there will be problems, there will be ups and downs, there will be good times. Yes, there will be good times. There will be a moment that you will be glad that your husband has other wives. Yes, there will be a moment. Something can happen and you might be sick. The other wife can jump in and help you. Okay? And one of the tricks One of the things that makes polygamy successful, I have to say this. I know some people may not like it, but I have to say it because it's the truth. One of the things that make polygamy successful, and this is not to judge anyone or condemn anyone. I'm not saying this to judge you or condemn you. I don't know who you are. I'm saying this because it's the truth. One of the things that makes polygamy very successful and very enjoyable and beautiful is when the women are all virgins. When the women are all virgins, when they come in, they are virgin, because then what happens is that their vessel is empty. Their vessel is clean. So when their husband's DNA go inside of them, like you see these people I showed you,
I'm not the last one.
like for example, so like as I explained before, when his DNA goes into her, and let's say she's a virgin, she's never been with any other man, so his DNA is now altering her behavior, her mindset, so she begins to think like him. And then if he marries another wife, and she's a virgin, his DNA goes into her and she's thinking like him. So before you know it, the husband and the wives will have all the same mindset. They will all have the same mindset. Their mindset will be the same. Their thinking will be the same. Their behavior will be the same. See? So it's very critical, and men need to understand that. I try to explain that a little bit here. So what I want to do now is that let me see. There was a video that I wanted to show you. I want to show you a video to kind of like wake people up also. Wake people up, and then I'll see. Let's see if I can pack everything into this video, because I would rather just have one video. I would rather not have part two. I would rather just put everything. But you know what? Let me show you this video. Just watch this video. I want to show you this video that I plan to show. So take a look at this video. We are almost done. I will try to pack everything in, because I want to give young women advice on some things you need to do to protect yourself and to just make things much, much, much easier. So let's take a look at this video.
I'm the third wife.
Okay. So just bear with me. Okay. So watch. I'm going to keep quiet and just let you watch it. I pray that you guys, those who are online, can hear what is being said. So let's go ahead and go through the video.
He's living with 12 wives, 25 own children, and other 9 children that he adopted. His dream is to have 20 wives, as he promised his spirit. His family with 12 wives live happily, in harmony, no argument, no conflict, and no collision, although they share one husband.
That's a lie. That is a lie. Did you hear what they just said? This man married these wives. He married all these wives. And the announcer, he married all these wives. What is this? 7, right? 7 wives. The announcer just said that they all live in peace and they have no problem, they have no conflict. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. It's like saying that siblings have no conflict and no... Come on, are you kidding me? Who are you lying to? You can't tell me that everything is all perfect from morning till night. No, there will be disagreement. There will be agree. Sometimes you feel irritated being around somebody, right? Sometimes you feel irritated being around your brother or your sister. It happens. You feel irritated. You feel angry. Yes. So to tell me that they are all perfect, no, it's normal to have problems. It's normal to have misunderstanding. It's normal. What happens is, how do you handle it? How is it handled? Is it handled with wisdom? There will always be issues. The angels in heaven had misunderstanding, and these 7 women here have no issue. Are you kidding me? Who are you talking to? You think I'm a little baby? No, I understand that you want to promote polygamy, but let's be honest and be realistic. I'm not deceive people as if it's all roses and all good and everything. No, there's nothing wrong with having issue. The main thing is, how do you handle it? So I believe that they're all, he married 7 of them. I believe that sometimes they will have misunderstanding. Sometimes you feel irritated by the other person. Sometimes you feel angry. But at the end of the day is, how are you guys coping? How are you handling it? You still find a way to get along. That's why I talk about love. You have to love the other person. And when you love somebody, when they make you angry, you get angry. But after that, you forgive them. When they make you angry, sometimes you're going to make them angry. They will get angry. After that, they forgive you. That's the thing. Okay.
Lives live happily in harmony, no argument, no conflict, and no collision, although they share one husband. Despite people calling him a witch doctor, he claims to be a servant of God. Meet the biggest family in this region that shocked everyone. Polygamy is the practice or custom of having more than one wife or one husband at the same time. Polygamy has several economic, social, and health advantages over monogamy.
Okay. So,
One husband at the same time.
this is what I was telling you. Listen carefully. You have to be able to do this. This person might be very, very angry at this person, but you see how they're all eating together. You have to be able to do it. If you're going to be in polygamy, you have to learn how to be social. You have to learn how to be tolerant. You have to tolerate the other person. She's like your sister. She's like your sister. So, because think for example, before they did this video, right? If this person made this one very angry yesterday, and then their husband calls them and say, we're going to have a guest tomorrow. People are coming here to do a documentary on us. And then she says she's not coming. Or as they're sitting here eating, she doesn't want to sit next to this one. That would be very embarrassing for their husband. Because people are going to say, look, he can't even control his wives. You see? So you have to always make sure that the problem does not come from you. And you're laughing. I'll flog you with this. You're making noise. I don't want to hear any noise ever again. So you have to understand that whenever you have guests, whenever you have guests, you have to behave yourself. When you are in polygamy, make sure that the problem does not come from you. You have to learn how to control your emotion, control your anger. Okay? Because do you know how bad things can get when something as simple as, for example, this person is angry or she is very angry at her because maybe her son beat up her son or something like that, and then she supports her own son. That can make her very angry. Do you know how terrible it will be if their husband says, hey, come, we have a guest, come, and then she said, no, I don't want to sit next to her. No, you have to learn how to sit next to that person. You have to learn how to eat with them. Swallow it, eat with them. Okay? It doesn't mean you're not angry. You're still angry. You're not happy. But learn how to socialize. And when you do such a thing, if oh my goodness, the reason why I'm telling you this is that if you become that wife, if you become the wife among all the wives, you become the one that always gets angry, The one that refused to come out of her room when she's angry. When she's angry, she stays in her room. She refused to come out. When she's angry, the husband wants other people to do something. The husband wants to do something and he say, come, let us go and do something. You are angry because of what happened yesterday or this morning. You stay in your room. If you are isolating yourself, and it will not go well. So don't be that wife. Always try to socialize. Always try to socialize. Always try to be acceptable. It doesn't mean you don't get angry. You get angry, but be able to socialize as you see they're eating together here. If, like the announcer say that they don't have argument, they don't have I lie. I don't believe that announcer. I don't believe it's a lie to tell me that they don't have disagreement. I don't believe it. They do have disagreement. It's just that everybody learn how to deal with others. They learn how to. All of them, they're all adults. None of them has been forced to do this. None of them has been forced. Their eyes are clear. They chose to be here. They chose to do this because that is how some people want to do it. Some people prefer to be like this. Some people like it like this. And you can't force them not to do it.
Polygamy has several economic, social, and health advantages over monogamy. In most cultures, women contribute significantly to the wealth of the household and can thus materially benefit from the labor of an additional spouse. I'm here living with my 12 wives. My goal is to have 20 wives. So there remain 8 wives for my goal to be achieved. The one who inherited me these magics and medicine told me I'll settle after having 20 wives. This one here is my first wife. Well, I'm the elder wife. We have spent 16 years living together. I have produced 8 children for this handsome man. He never told me he would bring a second wife. I didn't see that coming. And after 2 years living together, he brought another wife. We never had competition between us. All we do is work together for a common interest. I'm the second wife. I have spent 14 years living peacefully with this man and other wives. I'm the third wife. He approached me back in the village where we met and he proposed me. He said he wants to make me a wife, and he honestly told me that he has other 2 wives. I loved him, but I wondered whether those 2 wives would not think I'm a prostitute, or whether they would not think that I've come to take them down. But he said, worry not, I'll handle that. And when I came, this one and the other one happily welcomed me. He treated us good. That's why we kept coming, and he has given us everything. We have never lacked something, and in addition, he taught us love. We all love one another, and we help each other. I'm the fifth wife. Due to his care and his love, that's what attracted me to come, though I knew that he had other co-wives. I'm the 6th wife. We have spent together 7 years. And among those 7 years, I have spent 2 years at home. We fell in love when I was still at my parents' house. He was friendly with my family. We first met at home. He often visited my parents. They were friendly, and in that process, we fell in love. I'm the 8th wife. He's 12 years older than me. When we met, I already knew that he had other wives, but I never cared. I loved him, and he also loved me. And because of his good and kind heart, I said, why not? I joined the queue, and I'm not worried that he will bring more wives. I'm the last wife so far, before he brings a few more other wives. And I think I'm the youngest of all these other wives. There are 11 wives ahead of me, but we live in harmony. We understand each other, and we share everything together. Before bringing me, he told me that he has other wives, and I accepted living with him despite a number of extra wives he has. And right now, I have no problem with that. Each one of these wives live here in this house, and this makes me visit them one by one at night. I visit the elder wife twice a week, on Tuesday and Thursday, then go to others. She's the priority, that's why I visit more often. Does he satisfy you in terms of making love? We asked. Yeah, he does. And we are satisfied with his bed availability, though. He comes to me once in 5 days. Everyone has her own timetable, and we are okay with that. We know that we are many, and we know we share one husband. There is once I felt like divorcing. I once went to withdraw a lot of money, and when coming back, I lost all that money. I told him what happened, and he said, if you don't find that money, I'll kill you. And I ran away to my mother's place. But I could not settle. I had no peace of mind, no sleep. I could hear some voices telling me, go back, this is not your home. I called him and said, why is it that I'm not calming down? He told me to come back here, and I returned. I had ridden away because of fear. But of course, he would not kill me. There are some medicine I have that brings back women who have left their homes. So I use it to bring them back, no matter what and where they're going. And what they're doing at that moment, they just come back. That's what we call traditional medicine. See them all, they're here. No one, not even a president, can have all of these. None of my wife is hungry. See how they look.
All right, so socialization, being able to socialize. This video, this information is for young women, young law keepers. If your husband, a lawkeeper, decides that he wants to marry another wife, don't get angry, don't panic. Support him. Support him. I also do encourage the men. I encourage men to, before you marry a woman, to make sure that this person will like that idea, the one that you're already marrying. If she will not like it, then don't marry her. Don't marry her. Because it's just going to be a problem if you do marry her. But if she doesn't have any problem with it, then so be it. So let me switch gear, because what I want to do now is that I want to make this one video. I want to make it one standard video. So I want to switch gear right now and give some information specifically which I think might be beneficial for these young women. So let's talk about something that I think is very necessary for young people, for those who are involved in this. If you take a look at this, these are houses. And I want you young people to pay attention. If you are a young woman, pay attention to this. Now, I'm using this type of house as an example. Of course, I know that you and your husband and your sisters are going to live in a much better place, but I'm just using this type of house as an example. If your husband have other wives, try to make sure that you have your own room, at least your own room. And let me turn to the men. Let me start with the men. My brothers, please, it's not a good idea to live in one bedroom. Let's say you live in one bedroom. You have one bedroom, you have a parlor, living room, one kitchen, one toilet, and you want to marry two wives. It might not work very well. Just like when a man and his wife and his children are living in one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, one toilet, they will not be happy. They will not be happy because the space is just not too much. The space is very small. So one of the tricks, one of the things you must do if you want to practice polygamy, make sure that your wives have their spaces. This will help your marriage and family a lot. Let everyone have their own space. It doesn't have to be a big mansion. It doesn't have to be a big house. Let everyone have their space. Make sure that each one of your wives have at least the smallest, their bedroom, their own bedroom. That is their own bedroom. So you can't just put two different women in one room. Let them share one room and share one bathroom and share one kitchen. Unless if they're young. Unless if they're like little children. But other than that, you can't do that. It's just, it's going to create a lot of headache, a lot of problems. I know why I'm telling you this. So the ideal thing to do is to make sure that everybody have their space. Let everyone have their space. At least let everyone have their own room. The best thing for you to do is to build your own house, and let your wives have at least one room and kitchen, one room and kitchen, one room and kitchen. Like something like this is how our ancestors used to do it. Our ancestors used to do it like this. So what happened in the past was that what happened in the past with our ancestors, a man will build a house and live with his wife. When he gets married and marries another wife, he will build another house. So when a man wants to have multiple wives, he usually have multiple houses. That's how our ancestors used to do it. Jacob, Bilhah. When Reuben raped Bilhah, it was in her quarters. The Bible called it her quarters. This is a quarter right here. Book of Jubilees chapter 33. Please read it. Jubilees 33. She was in her quarters. This will help your family a lot if your wives have their own spaces, so that when tension is high, because tensions will be high, tensions can be high among siblings, so your wives need to have their privacy. The women need their privacy. They need to be able to go into their own room and lock their door. If tension is high, she can go into her room and lock her door. It will help your family a lot if everybody have their own privacy. If possible, let everybody have their own kitchen, because your first wife might want to eat rice today. Your second wife may want to eat cocoyam. But if you have one kitchen where you cook one food and everybody have to eat the same thing, that's not helpful. When this person wants to eat this person, the other person may not want to eat it. I'm telling you, my brothers and sisters, remember what I said earlier. I have 0 wives. I have 0. But if I am to do polygamy, I will do it biblically. And you can clearly see how our ancestors did it. People should have their own privacy, have their own space. Okay? You as a man, you can't just live under a small space and then gather a bunch of women and live with them. It's a recipe for disaster. You will not be happy and they will not be happy. It doesn't work even among siblings, not to mention strangers, So it's important to, there's a particular picture that I want to see if I can show you. There's a particular picture that I'm looking for. And also, while I'm looking for that picture, I want to talk to the women. Look, just because your husband cannot afford to put you Just because your husband cannot afford to put you in a particular room or a house does not mean you should, start giving problems. No. Just because your husband cannot afford to build a house for you, you still have to be respectful. You still have to wait until he is able to do such a thing, until he is able to help you, or to build a house. So it's not a right, like it's not a right that he must build a house for you or whatever. Absolutely not. But it is something that a wise man will do. A wise man will make sure that his wives have their spaces, because it's going to help that man to, in terms of, being able to, for there to be peace. Because sometimes there can be tensions. There can be tensions in a family. There can definitely be tensions in family. So that's why it's important to make sure that everybody have their space. Everyone have their space. And this was very easy for our ancestors. As you can see, this is a mud house. Mud house. So you can easily build this. You can call your friends. You can call a lot of your friends. They will come together and they will help you to build something like this. Highest 3-4 days. 3-4 days you build something like this. So the man can live here and build something for his wife, and then build this one for his wife, build this one for his wife. And when they have their spaces, this wife live here, this wife live here, this wife live here. You, the man, you live here. It will bring peace. There will be peace, So, my brothers and sisters, please, I want you to understand. I want you to understand the need for there to be space. There must be space. Everybody needs to have their space. Everybody, including the husband, everybody must have their space. It's highly necessary, because sometimes tension could be high. Tension can be high sometimes. I have to show you this. Look how beautiful this is. Look how beautiful this is. Just watch this. Look. What do they call this in English? Bamboo. Okay, it's bamboo, right? Achala. Achala. Bamboo. This house is built with bamboo. It's a bamboo house. So you can build a bigger one and somebody can live in it, because it can last for a long time. Look. It's a bamboo house. This thing can last for years. Years. This is a house, a bamboo house. I'm not saying you should build something like this. I'm just showing you, what people are doing. You can build something like this and you cover it very well, make it, but of course, you're not going to build something. You're going to build a normal house. You're going to build a normal house, So this is it's a bamboo house, as you can see. This is how our ancestors used to do it in the past. So when somebody marry a wife, she will build something like this for his wife. And then you, the wife, if you want, you can ask your husband and you can try to build maybe another one on the side. So this one will be your room, your kitchen. It is very important. It is not a good idea for all the wives to stay in the same house and the same room. And there was something I said before. I'm going to say it again. Please, if you are a man, do not be talking bad about your wife. Don't be saying bad thing about your wife to another of your wife. No matter what the other wife did, don't be talking bad. So let's say you're with your wife at night. You're telling your wife that the other wife, oh, she's stupid. She's this. She's that. She's that. No, don't do it. Don't do it. You must be matured. You must have self-control and be matured. And there's something that I need to say, but, oh my goodness, I wish I could be holding you guys in your ear while I say this. Do not bring divisions. Do not be the one that will bring division in your family. If you are a woman, I'm going to give you an example by showing you these women on the screen. Just bear with me. Bear with me. Just bear with me. I want to. There's actually another photo that I wanted to show you, but bear with me because we're almost done. We're almost done. But what I wanted to do is just to give you. I'm almost like rounding up, but I want to make sure that I bring out all the necessary information. What I'm about to share with you right now is something that I really want you to. I really want you to pay attention to this. Okay, so just bear with me. This is what our ancestors used to do. Tell me that this is not beautiful. Tell me that this is not beautiful. Look at this. Look at these beautiful houses. This is how our ancestors used to do. So the husband can live in this one. One wife can live here. Another wife can live here. Now look how privacy they have. Look how much privacy. This house is here, but this house has a compound. You see how it has a compound? You see? You see how this one also has a compound? You see? And a door here. A door here. Then they have a bigger compound in the back. You see? This is the type of thing that our ancestors used to do. The point I am making here is the need for privacy. The need for privacy. When you are in polygamy, there must be privacy. If you want to survive, there must be privacy. There's something that I want to speak about. I want to speak on something right now. And what I want to speak on, even me myself, I'm already angry at the person who is going to do this. I am already angry at the person who is going to go against this thing. Like, if you're going to allow yourself to be the one that will cause this problem. But I want to explain this thing in a way, what I'm about to explain to you right now, in a way that, because I know that some of you are going to do it. If you're a woman and you find yourself in polygamy, you are going to be tempted to do what I'm about to tell you not to do right now. Because if you do it, your husband will hate you. Your husband will hate you, and you will become the black sheep in that family. The other wives will be laughing at you. The other wives will be laughing at you if you do what I'm about to tell you not to do right now. You'll be tempted to do it. You will be tempted to do it. And if you're my wife, if I'm in polygamy and you're my wife and you do such a thing, I will hate you. If you do what I'm about to say right now that you shouldn't do. It's easy to do it. Just like I'm warning the men not to talk bad about your wife to your other wives, not to talk bad. So this is something similar to what I wanted to show you. This is something similar. Okay, so this is something similar. Meet the oldest house in France. It's found in Aveyron. The house is 700 years old. 700 years old. If you are doing polygamy, I'm using this as an example. If you're doing polygamy, you can live downstairs. One wife can live here. The other wife can live here. You know what they call flat, right? Flat. In America, they call it unit. If you're building a house, build your house in unit. One unit, bedroom, living room, kitchen, toilet. That's one unit. Let each wife have one unit. Let them have their space. A lot of people don't understand the need to have such a thing. It's very, very crucial, very, very important to make sure that you have this system. Now, the picture that I wanted to show you is similar to the one that I just showed you now. If I don't find it, I'm going to go right ahead and tell you what I really wanted to tell you. I think that this, you can also build a tiny house, a tiny home. This is a tiny home, okay? This is a tiny home. This can easily be built, even right here in Africa, with block. You can build it. Use a block to build this. This is not too expensive if you want to build a house like this. 1 room. Oh, what do they call it here? Self-con. Yes, self-con. Self-con has a toilet, right? Self-contained. He has a toilet, has a kitchen. Yes. Can you at least give your wife a self-con, please? At least. Not in the beginning. Don't expect your husband to build you a house in the beginning. But later in the future, as time goes on, when it's time to start getting pregnant and having children, understand that it's better for your wife to have at least a self-con. At least a self-con. Why? So she can have her privacy. And it will help your entire family if they all have their privacy. I guarantee you it will be very good for your family, my brother, if your wives can have their privacy. But if you all live a workplace, let me show you. Here, wait, watch this. Look at this. You see how they build this type of house? It's a sauna, but it can also be converted into a house. It can be converted into a house. So I am just making a point. The point I'm making is the need for privacy. Need for privacy. Very, very important to have privacy. Now, we are almost done, and I think if there's anything, maybe later on, I will include that. I will do a part 2 later on. So this is, of course, a modern house. This is a modern house. It's a modern house. If the Most High have blessed you, if the Most High blessed you, okay, and Yah blessed you, and you happen to build a modern house, even better. Better. You can live in one flat. Your wife will stay in one flat. This wife will stay in this flat. This wife will stay in this flat. That's even better. That's even better. You will find out that there will be less problem. Everybody will have their own space with their children. So if you happen to have money, it's even better to build a bigger house. Let them all stay in their flat. In the beginning, you all can stay together in the beginning. Yes, it's fine. In the beginning, you can all stay together in one place. In the very beginning, but you have to keep it in mind, you as the man, that you need to give them their space. They will need to have their space. It is something that you must do. You must do it, or else it will just bring a lot of headache and problems for you as the man. Okay, so I think that the point have been made. Now, I want to go ahead and talk to you, my sisters. This is for the sisters. This is for the sisters that I'm about to talk to right now. For the women, there's something that you're going to do when you find yourself in polygamy. And when you do that thing, your husband will hate you because of that thing. You will do it, you may not be able to resist. And after you do that thing, your husband will hate you, and later on you're going to regret it. You're going to regret, why did I do this? What am I talking about? What I'm talking about is dividing your sisters, trying to get one of the sisters to stand with you. You have a problem with one of your sisters. There was a time let me not call by name, but I saw something like that, and I hated it among you boys and girls. Boys and girls did this. It happened between boys and girls, where one person is trying to get the other people to stand with her. And then before you know it, you have a divided home. Your husband will hate you if you do such a thing. Okay, I have to show you a picture to make this point, so I can point to these different women and make that point. Okay, so let's go back to the picture I showed you, the video I showed you earlier. Let's go back to that video. Okay, so What I'm saying is this.
I'm not the last.
So, you, whoever you are, you, young woman, listening to me, listen. You are going to be tempted, and you will not know when you do this. You will not know when you're going to do what I'm telling you right now. You, young woman, yeah, it's better for me to use this one. Let me use this video, because this one, yes. Okay, here. Listen carefully. Listen. This is going to bring a disaster, and this might make the Most High to hate you. This might even make the Most High to be against you. And this will make your husband to hate you. Me, certainly, I will hate any woman that do this. I will hate you. I will despise you if I am the one. Now watch. She might become angry. And that is what I'm telling you not to do. She might become angry with her. She is angry with her. Because she's angry with her, she now tried to get these ones on her side. She will now try to tell this one, did you hear what Benita said about you? So because she's angry at Benita, she's angry at Benita. Benita did something to her. She now tells Oliver, whatever, I'm just guessing names. This woman now tell Oliver, did you hear what Benita said about you? The other day I was walking, I saw Benita saying something about you. So now she's telling this one that this one says something. So before you know it, this one will now become angry at this one. So she is the one who is angry at this one. But she now tried to knock both of them head to head. So before you know it, this one will now become angry at this one. Before you know it, this one will not become angry at this one. Oh! If you do such a thing, the Most High will know. And the Most High will be against you. It is easy to want to do this. You will feel tempted to do this. You will feel tempted to do this. It will happen. I'm telling you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Even among you. One of you was angry at somebody. And then you coerce the other ones to stand on your side. So 3 people were now together. One girl and 2 boys are standing on one corner. One girl and 2 boys are always doing things together. Always doing things, always sitting by themselves. The other 2 girls are always by themselves. One girl is angry at the other girl. So she now, this is what I saw, it happened. So because she's angry at the other girl, she now convinced the other boys to stand with her. And then the other girl and the other one is just standing. That is evil. Don't do such a thing. And you'll be tempted to do it. If your husband finds out that you're doing this, he will hate you. So you must control yourself. Never. So listen, watch. Whenever, because it's going to happen, this is going to happen. Let's say, for example, this one and this one is fighting. If you are a woman and you are in polygamy, if this person and this person is fighting, and this is you, let's say this is you, and both of them are fighting, don't put your mouth. Don't put your mouth. Don't get involved. Don't support any of them. Do not support any of them. Just leave them alone. Let them fight. It's none of your business. Do you know whose business it is? Who? The husband. Don't get involved. Don't go and tell, oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, keep your mouth shut. Because as soon as you tell them, we are human beings. We don't like the truth. We do not like hearing the truth. This is you. This is you right here. Both of them are fighting. These two people are fighting. And she's wrong. She is the one who is wrong. But they are fighting. And she doesn't agree that she's wrong. You saw that she's wrong. And then you tell her that she's wrong. She's going to become angry at you. So don't put your mouth. Let their husband, like the sister said, let their husband handle it. Keep your mouth shut. I'm telling you, just mind your business. One of them might come to you. Did you see what happened? Oh, they did this to me. She did this to me. Tell her, oh, sorry. Wait. Tell her, don't get involved. Because it is very easy for you to say, very easy for you to take side. You have to control yourself. Don't say anything. Keep quiet. Let the husband, because if you say something, she's going to become angry at you. And why is it important? Tomorrow you might need her. Tomorrow you might need her. Don't use your hand and bring yourself problem. Tomorrow you might need her. You might be in need and you need her. But because both of them are fighting, and then you put your mouth, now she's angry at you. So when you are in polygamy and the other wives are fighting, just be looking at, if they are fighting physically, like if they are fighting physically, physical fight, go and separate them. If they are fighting, separate them, but don't put mouth. Let your husband handle it. If you put mouth, you will say the truth, but the person you told the truth will hate you. And then tomorrow, maybe you are in trouble or you're in need, and she's the one that will help you. Now you can't even go and ask them. Don't get involved. If any of them is fighting, leave it. Separate them. If it's a physical fight, separate them. Okay. But the main thing that I want you to understand is never, ever, ever. Listen. Let's say that this is you. Let's say that this is you. And she makes you angry. Focus on her. If she makes you angry, focus on her. Oh, let me go on my knee and beg you. Let me go on my knee and beg you. So that when the Most High will flog you, the Most High will turn your back, You think I'm joking? When the Most High will flog you, he will turn your back and flog you. Why? Because when I was teaching this thing, I beg you. I'm on my knee. I'm begging you on my knee. What am I begging you for? If you have problem with any of your sister's wife, focus on her. Because you're going to have problems sometimes. Don't try to get the other people to stand on your side. That will destroy your families. Do you know that there are benefits to polygamy? Do people know that? The bigger the family is, the more wealth, if your husband has sense. The bigger the family, the more wealth. The bigger the family, the more your husband is about to make money. By all of you working together. All of you will work together and your husband will make more money. The more money he makes, the more land he buys. He buys different land, he builds different things. At the end of the day, who is going to get those things? According to the Bible. Who gets it?
The male children. The male children.
Male children, but it's actually you. You, the wives, will get it. Because it's you and your children will get it. So whatever your husband have, according to the Bible, he must divide it among you. So don't be the one that will scatter. Listen, let me tell you something. If your home, if your husband have other wives, and that marriage is going to collapse, or there's going to be a problem, make sure that you are not the one. And sometimes we do things in our mind, what we're doing seems right, but it's not. So you have to be very careful. That is why I showed you a video that said, don't fight for you, act like a fool. So never, if you have problem, if this is you, and she made you very, 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 very angry, complain to your husband. Complain to your husband. Avoid going to fight her physically. That will make your husband to hate you. Complain to your husband. Don't try to fight her physically. Because if your husband, if I am your husband, and one day I'm coming back, and I see that two of my wives are fighting, I would not want to know what happened. I will be angry at both of them for fighting. That is an insult to me. Why can't you wait for me to come back? You're supposed to wait for me to come back. So I'll be very, 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 very upset against my wives if I come back one day and they're fighting. And if you're going to do polygamy, you must draw a line on the ground. You must draw a line. You must make it very clear to your wives that they can never fight each other. They can never fight each other, as in like physical fight. Make it clear that if they have any problem, they must complain to you. They shouldn't respond to each other. They shouldn't exchange words. That's an order that you must give. Now listen. You see your wives, they will test you. They will test you in the beginning. And if you fail that test, you will never be able to marry them. If you fail it, you will never be able to marry them. What do I mean? If you have multiple wives, you must issue them an order, which is that if anybody offend anybody, you don't exchange words. They must wait for you to come back. Give them that order. They will violate that order. Oh yes. One day, you're going to come back and you're going to hear that they were fighting each other. And the way you react is going to determine the future. So if you give them order not to fight each other, not to talk to each other, or be angry at each other like that, and you come back and you see that they did it, there must be punishment. You must punish the one that did it. You must punish them. If you do not punish them, from that day upward, they will never take you seriously. They will test you. That thing that you told them not to do, they're going to do it to see what you will do. They will do it, but they will not do it intentionally. They will just do it because they have not seen your punishment. They have not seen what you can do. So if you threaten them that not to do something, and if they do it, then you punish them. You must be willing to punish them. If you do not, same thing happen with children. Same thing happen with kids. A child can be pushing this TV. And then you're like, hey, stop pushing that TV. Listen, sometimes that child will turn around. They will look at you. Even babies do this. They're doing something. You ask them, stop doing that. Normally they will just turn. Now, what do you do in that situation? What do you do? Do you know if you keep quiet, you destroy that child? You spoil them because they will never respect you again. But let's say, for example, this is why the book of Proverbs told you not to withhold this from a child. If a child is doing this and you say, stop pushing that thing, come out of that place, and they keep on pushing it, oh my goodness, you must get up from whatever you're doing. You must come to that child and flog that child. Do you know why? Next time, they will not even push this thing. Next time, if they're pushing it and you say, come out of that place, they will come. You know why they will come? You know why? They will remember that pain. And don't flog don't flog children with, I recommend don't flog with something like this. You see babies, don't flog them with something like this. Use like slippers, because this thing might go into their eye. So don't flog children with something like this, like little children. Use slippers, something soft that will make them to feel pain, but that will not hurt them. Okay? Because a child might run, you might try to, the child will run, and this thing will go into their eye. And your goal is not to make your child blind. So you as a girl or you as a woman, please be very careful. I'm telling you, this is going to happen. What I'm telling you here, you have to force yourself not to do this. Force yourself not to connive or not to get the other wives to stand on your side. This will usually happen when one of them makes you angry. If one of them makes you angry, you are more likely to try to get the other ones to stand with you. Please don't do that. Don't do it. If you do it, it's going to create a lot of problem. Before you know it, there will be division among your family. And the Most High, especially if you are a lawkeeper, your husband is a lawkeeper, the other wives are lawkeepers, that means that the Most High is with you people. That means that your marriage is recognized by the Most High. If you're a lawkeeper, your husband is a lawkeeper, and then you try to get the other people to stand on your side, you are destroying that family, and there will be consequences. But if you understand what I'm explaining to you, it will make things much easier. What I wanted to add, and then I'll feel comfortable now, is in terms of making money. In terms of making money when you are in polygamy. Making money. Let me see if I can just throw it in. I want to add that information because I know it's going to help a lot. When you are in polygamy, try not to rely entirely on your husband's money. Never be independent. What is independent? What is independent? Yeah, don't have that mindset of being independent. Rely on your husband, but also have a skill. Have the ability to make your own money just in case something might happen to your husband. So I will highly, highly recommend that as a woman, it is very important for you to have income. Let's say your husband owns a farm. If your husband owns a farmland, fine, beautiful. If your husband owns a farmland, then all of you can work at the farmland. And your husband will make sure that everybody gets allowance. You get some money, allowance, which is like a wages also. Okay? But if your husband does not have a farmland or a factory, if your husband does not have a means where you people can be making money, like there was in Thailand, I think it was in Thailand, there's a man that married many, many wives. Do you know what that man did? He opened a company, like a furniture company. So all the children and the wives, they all work in that, making furniture and selling it. So let's say, for example, if I'm not in polygamy. I don't do polygamy, right? But if I'm to do polygamy right now, I'll try to own a farm. I would like to own a farm. I'll be raising like things like goats. So something that I can do, I will do with my wives. Something I can do with them, you know. So I would like to do so. I would do something like that where I can have a lot of animals. Why I want to have animals is that if I have animals, it's easier to feed it. It doesn't cost too much money if it's like a goat, you know, and we can all work together, you know, in running that farm, you know. Polygamy can be very sweet. Polygamy can be very, very sweet. When you see that polygamy is sweet is when you are in need. When you are in need. And when you are kind, and loving to the other wives, they will be kind and loving to you. That's when you realize that this woman is truly your sister. Polygamy is sweet when problem comes. When you personally are in need and you're suffering, maybe you're sick, you will now see that the other person, they will start helping you. They will all gather together and begin to help you. And at that point, only tears will be coming out of your eyes. because you will not believe that they'll be doing those things for you. You see, at that point, you'll be happy, you'll be glad that you're in that situation. So try to have a scale, but you have to be very careful. If when you're in polygamy, let me tell you something. Oh my goodness, I thank you for making this to come to my head right now. When you're in polygamy, avoid any work as a woman. Avoid any work that you have to wake up very early and leave and go to work somewhere and come back in the evening. Avoid it. Do you know why I say you should avoid it? Anybody knows why? Any work that you have to wake up very early in the morning, wash, take a shower, get ready, and go to work and then come back in the evening. Why should you avoid that type of work?
So you can be able to take care of your own.
You can be able to take care of your home, okay? So you can also be involved. If let's say your other sister wives are working, at home, okay? I thank you also. Something just came to my head right now. Something just came to my mind, and I'm going to give it to you in terms of what you can do. If you're getting up every morning and you get ready and you go to work somewhere, you're not part of that family. You are not part of that family. You're separating yourself. Here is what you can do. Here is what you can do. Okay. Here's what you can do. If you are in polygamy, you need to be involved. Don't try to be going to work where you have to be leaving the house every morning. You come back in the evening. You're going to become a stranger in that place. There will come a time that things will begin to happen. There will come a time that things will begin to happen in the family. You will not know about it. The type of business you should go into. If you people live in a place where there's a space, and I say if, because it's true. If you live in a place where there is space is not an issue. There was a picture I showed you earlier. I don't know where that picture is. I showed you a picture earlier, and I wanted to use that picture as an example, because that picture I showed you, there were space in the back of the compound. There were spaces at the back of the compound. So just bear with me. I want to see if I can find that picture again. I showed you a picture to which there were spaces at the back of the compound. So if you live in a place and there was a picture I showed you earlier. I don't know if I can find it. I showed you a picture and there were a bunch of spaces in the back of the house. Oh my goodness. Wish I can find that picture. Okay. Maybe not. Okay. All right, no problem. So I want to give you an idea of what you can do. And it is necessary for you to do something like what I'm about to tell you right now. This is the picture. All praises to the Most High. Here, watch this. Now, this is where wisdom comes in. I want you to be smart. Use wisdom. Let's say your husband, I'm giving you an example. You're the one that have to now look at the situation and see. Let's say your husband live here. Let's say your husband live at this place. Let's say that this is where you live. So let's say that your area where you live in that compound is secure. See how this place has its own space. Do you see how this place is? You see it has a door. You see it, right? You see this one also has a door, right? Listen, start getting goats. Start buying goat. Start getting goat. That's farming. That's farm work. Because if you start putting goats and having goats here, something might happen where your child might be sick. Your husband may not have money. You can take 3, 4, 5 goats of your goat and go and sell it. For example, here in Africa, goats are very expensive now. Very expensive. So start having goats. Now, how do I get no goat? Brother, I understand. Slowly. Even if it's one, start having goats. Now, I was also teaching you people how to make money. I've taught you, boys and girls, how to make money, stuff like that. The type of things I'm teaching you. So try to learn. I'm not saying you should do these things out of your home. If you have animals and you have it in the house, it's an extra business. It's an extra business. If your other sister wife, listen, if your other sister wife want to do the same thing you're doing, let them do it. Don't get angry. Don't say, oh, she's doing it because I did it. No, support her. If she comes to you and say, sister, please, can you help me? I want to start having animal just like you. Help her. Because you never know. Maybe her family might end up giving her more animals and she might give you some. Or maybe she won't give you. Or maybe she will not get anything from her. It's okay. So, but the point is, try to have your own thing that you're doing on the side. Try to have something that you're doing on the side. Something that will be giving you money just in case something might happen and your husband may not have, to avoid being stranded. So the type of business I was teaching you guys the other day, the type of thing I was teaching you how to do, you can do something like that, but whatever you do, don't be too away from your family. If your husband has 2 wives or 3 wives, but you're not always there because you found a work, but you have to go to that work and spend a lot of time there. Let me ask you, who will be cooking for your husband most of the time? Who will be cooking for your husband most of the time? The other wife, right? And the more she's always cooking for him, at some point he starts liking her more, and he starts not liking you more because you're not home. You're always away. So your first priority is to do a business that will allow you to be at home or around the house. Do something that will allow you to be around the house. Even if you have to go out, you'll not be going out all the time. But the whole point and the whole idea is for you to have a means of income coming into your hand. And even from that income, sometimes you can take and give your husband. This is very important. If you're making money, once in a while, take some money. Sorry. If you're making money, once in a while, take some money and give to your husband. Just put it in an envelope and just give her. He will ask you, what is this for? You tell her, no, it's from the money I'm making. I'm just giving it to you. That will be making a big difference. That will make him to like you. Your goal is not to make him to like you more than the others. You're just being yourself. You're just being honest. Okay? Like the children of the other ones, we saw a lot of scriptures today, regarding this topic. We saw Genesis 16, which I told you we're going to go back in, but because of time, we may not go back to Genesis 16 because I may end up having a part 2 of this, so I can focus more on practicality. But I think I've added some information in terms of, my point is that I want you to have your own income, but don't let it be your money, my money. Mm-mm. And out of that money that you make, if you see that you're making money and money is coming into your hand, try to be feeding yourself from there. Don't be making your own money, getting the money, but you're also demanding for your husband to giving you money for food. There are so many ways you can separate yourself from your family when you are in polygamy. There are so many ways, and that is what I'm trying to tell you not to do. So don't get a job. Don't get a job where you have to work outside. In the morning time, you get ready, you go to work. Your other sister wives will stay home. Try to do a business you can do in the house. If you have to go outside and do a business, let it be once in a while. Okay? So all praises to our Heavenly Father. I think we're going to go ahead and close it here. Do we have any questions? Any question? Yes.
You see any Bible reference or backward? They said polygamy is good. I want to know.
Did you hear what she asked me right now? You didn't hear it? Okay. She asked me, okay, all right. Let's go ahead and close the video. It's already more than 4 hours. It's 4 hours and 11 minutes, going to 4 hours and 12 minutes. Let's go ahead and close the video. There might be a part 2, my brothers and sisters. There might be a part 2 of this teaching. As you can see, this one says part 1. So there might be a part 2. When I go in this part 1, this part 1, you saw what I did. I had to try to give you biblical evidence that the Most High supports polygamy. I gave you Deuteronomy chapter 21, 15 to 17, where the Most High gave you a law regulating polygamy. The Most High is telling you how to do polygamy. In Deuteronomy chapter 21, if you have 2 wives and you love one but you don't love the other, when you're sharing your property, you must not take your property and most of them and give to the one who is not your first son. So the Most High regulated polygamy. I also showed that the Most High gave David 10 wives. I did not touch Isaiah chapter 4, maybe another time. Isaiah chapter 4 that tells you that in the future, 4 wives will be begging one man to be their husband in the future. So, I also took you to Genesis chapter 16. That also showed that the second wife of Abraham, Hagar, was pregnant, going back home. Hagar was going away from polygamy. Hagar was Abraham's second wife. She was leaving polygamy and going back home to Egypt. The angel of the Most High stopped her, saw her on the way, and told her to go back to Abraham's house and remain obedient to Sarah. So this woman is in polygamy, and she is going away from polygamy. And the angel of the Most High told her to go back. So I had to clarify these things in the beginning. But my main reason for doing this program is to equip young women to know what to do, how to behave when you find yourself in polygamy. I think there might be a part 2. Watch out. If you're watching this on YouTube, look on my channel. You will see a part 2 and watch it. Part 2 is not going to be as long as this one. But part 2, I'll probably give you some business idea. Because it's not any kind of business that you can do as a woman who is in polygamy. No. You must avoid any business that you have to wake up in the morning and leave. Because in that case, you separated yourself in that family. You must avoid when you are angry, you refuse to participate with the other wives. No. If the other wives are doing something, whether you are angry, keep your anger on the side. Go and join them. Avoid anything that will make you not to be with the other wives. Avoid it. Always get involved. Okay? So this will help a lot, so that you don't isolate yourself away. Like Vashti, her husband called her. She said no, that she's not going. So she isolated herself. What happened? That was how Esther came in. Okay, all praises to our Heavenly Father. I give the Most High all the glory and all the honor for His love and His kindness. I'm very grateful that we did this. There will be a part 2. There will be a part 2 of this study, and I'll try to add in more information. If you do have any question, of course, you're welcome to give me a call. Welcome to give me a call if you have any question. I did this video because I can see that a lot of lawkeepers, men who are lawkeepers, they tend to want to have interest in having more than one wife. They tend to have interest in having more than one wife. So that means that they're going to be marrying girls who also keeps the law. So among law keepers, the chances that your daughter will end up with a man that married 2 wives is very high. And I want your daughter to be equipped. I want her to be equipped. I want your daughter to know that when she's angry, she should not isolate herself and lock her door and stay inside and lock her door while the other wives are participating out there. Let's say your husband buys a goat or a sheep or a cow and they're killing it. They're killing it and all the wives comes out. All the other wives comes out and your husband called them and they're killing it and you're angry because of what your husband did to you, or you're angry because of what the other woman did to you, you stay inside the house and you lock your door. You're angry, you lock your door. And then they will all be outside there, talking, laughing, killing the goat or the cow. Are you going to come out to get the meat after they finish? No. You will not have the shame to come out after they finish because you did not come out when they were killing it. So try not to isolate yourself. And they try not to divide the other wives. Try not to get the other one to side with you. Use wisdom, because if you do it, it will backfire. I'm telling you, it will backfire. It will make your husband to hate you more. All praises to our Heavenly Father. I give the Most High all the glory and all the honor. I did not know that this is going to be this long. This video will be this long, but all praises to our Heavenly Father. There will most likely be a part 2. Have a peaceful rest of your days, my brothers and sisters. If you have any question, you're welcome to give me a call. I thank the Most High we did this, and we're going to have many more studies like this to be able to equip our people. I will also do a study on how to do polygamy successfully. How to do polygamy successfully. To do it successfully, you must have something like this. You must be able to have your own compound or community. Compound, or have a big house so that everybody will feel comfortable. So all praises to the Most High. I give the Most High all the glory and all the honor. And I thank you for watching. Check out my YouTube channel. I have many other videos, many other videos and other topics. You're welcome to give me a call if you have any question. All praises to our Heavenly Father.